It's a dream.
And the MODUS Super Series Week 3 champion, Bradley Roos.
Go, shot on the match.
And Duff delivers.
Shot on the match.
Oh yeah, well done from Barstool. Bit of ice. Serve it all. The champagne finish from Chris Quantock.
Well, Joe
Got
Croft.
on the fourth leg.
It is
Joe
a
Croft.
beautiful 144. Big moments here.
That is a wonderful second from Adam Lipscomb.
Well, very good morning. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. What a fantastic sporting weekend we saw in the United Kingdom, and another big sporting week kicks off in earnest. We're not going to talk about the Six Nations, but there's most certainly going to be representation from all around the world over the course of the next 6 days or so. Happy to say that alongside me for all of the action this week is going to be Mace the Ace, Chris Mason. Chris, before we talk about this week's proceedings, let's just quickly go back to Saturday night and talk about Bradley Roos, a player that we've seen so often here at the Super Series. We've covered a lot. We watched him on his debut, and it's a player that we've kind of seen grow in front of our eyes and has finally tasted success here at the Super Series.
Yeah, he's very much an evolving player, isn't he? And he played very well Saturday night, averaged over 91 for the night. So I'm sure Jeff and Dave will be disappointed to go back home empty-handed, but credit to Bradley. He found the right shots at the right time, and I thought he played very well.
He's lost a couple of finals before, got over the line, third time lucky for him. And we were commentating on him around about a year ago, where we saw him on debut, maybe at times a little bit petulant, maybe sometimes got a little bit upset of himself, maybe a little bit too quick. But what we've seen is a real maturity with Bradley over those intervening 12 months, which has culminated in what he achieved on Saturday. Yeah,
it is very much. He's learning every time he steps on the stage here and everywhere else he plays, whether it be on the Challenge Tour or in local competitions. So you have to learn your trade up there sometimes. And when you're young and obviously talented, he no doubt gets a little bit frustrated when he can't find the right level of play that he knows he's capable of. I don't particularly mind seeing that, as long as it doesn't bog your own game down. And I think that was the problem about a year ago. We felt that his attitude was impacting on his performances, and he seems to have got the balance right now.
So Bradley Roos into Champions Week. The defending champion is in action over the next 6 days. Scott Taylor returns to the building. He's the headline actor. Not often does Neil Dove enter a Super Series campaign and not be the main player in action, but Scott Taylor, who won the title so emphatically in and around a month or so ago, and such is the way the Super Series runs. Sometimes in most tournaments you've got a year to defend it. Scott Taylor's got a month to wait till he has to go back and do it all again.
Yeah, and I think that'll suit him. I think he will feel good about being back. Recently picking up that Champions Week title. He'll be playing with a lot of confidence, and he's the right favourite for me this week to win the title. I think when we look at Group A, I think it's going to be Scott Taylor, Neil Duff, and probably Jimi Hendrix. I think they're the three most experienced players in the group, and the three I fancy progressing through to Saturday night's final.
3 debutants, fair to say a few unknown quantities in there.
Yeah, not just for us, but I'm sure the viewers won't know too much about them. They've got a mixture of experience. One of them, of course, played our very own Jared Cole at Lakeside. Yeah, it's going to be tough for them this week, but I always say you can see early on with the players that are looking forward to having a week's play. It's not all about Group A. It's just about making Saturday night, whether that comes via Group B or via Group C, and we'll see players relish the opportunity to play under those lights every day. They're going to have multiple opportunities, and they will learn a lot.
Let's have a look at the betting then, as far as Week 4 is concerned. This is what the bookies think. I want to talk about Devon Peterson. Just dropped off the tour. He's had really 12 months that he'd want to forget, but could coming into this environment maybe help him a little bit?
Yeah, I said probably around 18 months ago, I think we were having a conversation regarding Devon, and I think having the opportunity to play multiple games, 5 matches a day, over the course of possibly 5 days, if he ends up in Group C, of course, I think it'll do his game a lot of good. I think the problem is when you're playing on that tour, it's just so ruthless that if you don't get it right in game 1, you're out. So there's no second chance. Where here he can experiment, he can try things out, he can he can start to find some way of playing with a bit of confidence, because I think that's all he's lacking. And of course, if you've got, there's been discussions with issues with his throw, and he got an opportunity. He's got a whole week to get it right. Even if he doesn't go on and win the week or make Saturday night's finals nights. What's important for players like Devon is just to find out what's going right and what's going wrong.
We were both having a chat earlier on this morning. We both looked at Chris Quantock at 9-1 and thought, in terms of outside shouts, him at that price, especially considering he's coming in the B, could well be one that's a fancy.
Yeah, I think coming in Group B, 3 from the 5 go through, and he'll be the fresher of the players come Saturday night. He's got youth on his side, and I rate him highly. I think he's got a great chance at 9-1 Saturday night. He certainly represents good value for me. 18 plus, begambleaware.org if you can have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, we're going to kick-start the morning by having a look at Neil Duff in action. He's actually on for a hat-trick here at the Super Series, having won his week last time out, didn't play at Championship because of the World Scenes, and then came back and won the Double Trouble Specials tournament, which took place late on last month. So he's looking for 3 successive weekly wins, considering that it took him a while to get one. Well, he's most certainly making a habit of him now. He's in action in our first game of the session, and earlier on this morning, the former WDF World Champion caught up with Phil Bars.
Neil, here we are, another series at the MODUS Super Series. Ready and looking forward to it?
Yeah, always ready. I love coming down here. Kind of feel like I'm living Portsmouth nowadays. Yeah, I'm always up for it down here. Kind of want to get off to a good start. Monday's usually not the best day for me, but the plan, get here Saturday night.
Of course, you won our specials week, the Double Trouble week. Must have been an incredible feeling winning that, the first one.
Yeah, it was as if from nowhere, because I played terrible the whole week. I'd actually a flight booked home for Friday night and qualified on Friday. And then I showed what I can do on the Saturday night and got across the line. But when you look back at the field of guys that was there, it was a nice one to win, yeah.
Does that show your mentality that even though you weren't at your best during the first part of the week, you found a way when you really needed it?
Yeah, but then kind of not having the proper preparation. I'd been in Spain and then straight to Circus Tavern and down. I was just exhausted, so I was just kind of building up my energies again. And whenever you're feeling out there, your mentality gets down as well. So I was able to build myself up. And then once I qualified for Saturday night, I kind of wasn't looking back then.
You got the reigning champ in this Group A as well. You're looking to send out a bit of a statement here?
He's just another thrower. He's just another guy with 3 darts. I could have been the reigning champ had I not passed up Champions Week, but I'm 2 for 2 this year, and long may that continue.
The fact that you missed Champions Week, then, is there a bit of unfinished business?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the last Challenge Tour, I only come in Thursday, Friday, and I didn't really do anything for myself. I want to get into another one and have a proper go at it, and instead of just being a weekly winner, be a series winner.
Neil, wish you all the very best this week, mate.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Neil Duff, very much a man that eyes the biggest of prizes. He climbed to the very top of the mountain at the lakeside almost 2 years ago next month. Hard to believe it's that long ago since he lifted that famous crown. Anthony Allen was a player who played in that particular lakeside tournament, made it through to the second round of that competition before losing out to Jared Cole. I'm sure he was bitterly disappointed to lose out to Jared on that particular occasion. So Anthony against Neil kicks off our weekly campaign. Chris Mason has made the trip over to the commentary box alongside me. And Neil Duff, a player who is now not just becoming a serial contender, but becoming a serial winner in this competition.
Yeah, himself and Scott Taylor will be coming into this week very, very confident, both having recent successes here at the Super Series, and it's going to be tough for the likes of Anthony Allen and Nigel Lloyd. Adam Lipscomb, of course, played many, many times here and in Southampton, of course. And he'll be looking to qualify for his first finals night. A local man is Adam, and he'd bring an army of fans with him. Be some atmosphere here on Saturday night.
It's Neil to throw first.
Here's your referee.
Game on.
And it is game on in week 4. And it is Neil Duff who throws the first dart. He'll be hoping to throw the last dart on Saturday night.
What a first dart it was.
140.
Finding the red bit. usually a bit of, or has been in the past, a bit of a slow starter as Neil Duff
100.
tends to improve as the week goes on.
Also, Kate O'Neill as well, that
41.
a lot of the times that he plays here, he tends to play a tournament the weekend before, whether it be something in the World Seniors, or it be something on the WDF circuit, or so on and so forth.
60.
There was nothing of that ilk this weekend, so Neil's been able to come into this week rather fresh.
Yeah, I think the last time he would have played the WDF system would have been the Isle of Man the weekend before, where I do believe he did make a final. There is 2 men's
96.
ranking events there at the Isle of Man. I'm just not sure which one he made the final in.
It was a bit confusing because one of them is graded as a WDF ranking event, and now one of them's not graded as an event, isn't it, in that Isle of Man system?
Yeah, quite bizarre.
Well, Duff first to a finish, leaving 1-2-4 after 12.
Now you record 124.
Steady start, steady progress for the Duff man. Treble 18. And the bullseye. And that would have been to
99.
kick-start the week with a ton topper.
Anthony require 145.
Super effort. Line was perfect. Treble 15 just misses that to get a dart at tops.
$76.
And so
Now
Duff
you require
25 to take the opening leg of the day. 1 for double 12. Sixers. Not to
13.
beat. And so Alan
Anthony
has a break
requires
chance in this
69.
opening leg.
50 left, double 16.
53. Now you require 12.
And you would think,
Game show on the
well,
first leg.
we now know
Neil
Neil
Duff.
Duff's not going to miss double 6. But for the likes of Alan and Nigel
Second leg is
Lloyd
Anthony to
and
throw first.
Lipscomb, when those opportunities arrive for them to progress out of this Group 8, they're going to have to take them.
77.
You can't afford to be giving the likes of Taylor and Hendricks a second opportunity. They'll just mop it up.
121.
So usually we talk about the pressure coming in as defending champion, but when you consider the fact that Scott Taylor literally held the
97.
trophy for 5 seconds when he won it and then walked straight off stage, I don't think he's going to be one that's going to be shirked by the tag of responsibility that defending this title is going to hold.
100.
Neil Duff, of course, the WDF ranked world #1 player.
140.
Front of the likes of Wesley Plazier and Ben Robb, Alexander Merckx,
40.
Raymond Smith, who currently sits in P10, Gary Stone in 9, friend of the Super Series, Darren Johnson in 8.
60.
Don't mean this as a slant at all on anybody, but because of the way the game has progressed, does those rankings hold a little bit of a pinch of
85.
salt?
Anthony record 127.
I think it depends which way you look at it. I think we've now got an obvious professional side of the sport that has 128 players in it. And then you have the rest.
102. Now we record 155.
Some, of course, by choice, choose not to play in the PDC system,
97.
which, of course,
Anthony
they're
record
well within their right.
25.
For some people like Neil Duff, just doesn't suit his schedule.
No score.
It's dragged and sagged the other side into the
Neil
double
record
16, and so
58.
Duff for the break of throw is going to have a couple at tops. Allen passing more opportunities by. But this time
18.
Duff can't punish. He's 1 from 6 on the doubling.
Anthony record
Here's the
25.
Duff man. Allen has been given all the opportunities one could want. Double 4.
21.
Moves inside.
Neil, you require 40.
0 from 7. Oh my. Double 18. Well, he's
Game on
picked up the
second
scraps
leg.
in the end. He made a
Neil
bit of a
Duff.
mess of it, but he has managed to come out the other side. Duff breaks the lead 2-0.
So look, it's Neil to throw first. Game on. $85.
That's more like it.
140.
Could be 2-0 up, finds himself 2-0 down, and you just can't get bogged down
97.
early on. They should be using this one as just a game to get used to the environment, get a feel for the throw.
100.
This is a marathon, not a sprint.
47.
Well, it goes back to what we were saying earlier on, mate, about Neil sometimes getting off to a slow start on a Monday morning.
180.
Been able to get away with it up to now, but Alan with his first max. Actually, his scoring in this game hasn't been too bad, but he's missed 7 darts at a double thus far.
58.
Well, in the scoring
Anthony
phase, he's
Require,
actually
81.
superior to that of Neil Duff. This is his problem.
69.
Can't hit a double. None from 9.
Left a double after 10 darts in this leg. And Duff just slowly but surely eking up behind.
21. Anthony Require 12.
2 threes. That's his 10th miss at a double. It's now 0 from
9.
12. He can't buy a double, Anthony Allen, at the
Require
moment.
93.
A 3-0 scoreline which could so easily read the other way in Anthony Allen's favour, but he is going to come back for free
Anthony
to get the
Require
break back.
3.
Yeah, and this to effectively stay in the match. Well, he's done the hard bit.
One.
That's now
Neil
14.
Require 40.
And Duff can step in. Double 10. Now up for 5s. The shake of the head.
30. Anthony
Neil
Require
Duff
2.
signifies everything that you need to know.
Game shot on the
Anthony
third
Allen
leg.
breaks back to make it
Anthony
2-1. Neil Duff's last weekly win was in a double-in
Full
format.
against Anthony to
Allen's
throw
had
first.
troubles with the double
Game
outs. So is Neil. 2 from 12 when it's come to the finishing. It's uncharacteristic for him.
35. $100.
This is Neil Duff's 9th appearance of the Super Series. We should just say, for the sake of records and
100.
statistics, that the double trouble doesn't count as a appearance because it's outside the main series block. Only Robert Thornton now has had more appearances
40.
than Neil Duff here at the Super Series. Thornton, the only player
94.
to have made it on to 10 appearances.
$100.
Yeah, again, Anthony Allen in the scoring phase, dominating.
55.
But by only leaving 117 and Duff on 261, a couple of trebles will make life interesting in this leg. A couple of trebles which ain't going to come.
100.
Just about leaves himself on and out.
117.
Treble 19 for tops. Doesn't go.
59.
Interesting
We
to
have
go back up with the
161.
treble 20.
Well, there's been no signs of an out like that, has there, so far in this game?
56.
For 2-2,
Anthony
and you
Require
feel like the way
58.
the passage of this game has gone, it's the least that Allen deserves.
Game
Pins
shot on
it
the
first
fourth
time
leg.
this time.
Anthony Allen.
And we are back level at 2 apiece. He could have been off the stage a 4-0 winner,
Fifth leg is Neil to throw first.
but he is very
Game on.
much in the contest still.
Well, he's had 17 darts at a double, which is effectively a leg.
59.
Only hit 2, so missed 15 and still averaging close to 80.
And it's because of this, the scoring power. Scoring power pack reads 6-3-1 in the ton plus ton 40 max column for Alan compared to the 7-1 in the ton plus 140 plus column as far as Neil Duff is concerned in this game. That's unlucky because he had been,
80.
prior to that point, attacking the Duff throw.
But
now there really is a tangible break chance here for Anthony, who really could wrestle control of this first game of the day.
97.
Game 1 of 15.
55.
Neil Duff in a spot of bother here.
60.
But not making severe inroads there. And Duff has completely lost the line in this leg. So far, he's had one big treble.
100.
That's his second of the leg after 5 visits. Doesn't have to attack the bullseye.
Could go ball.
56.
And so Alan back for 68 for the break and a 3-2 lead. It would then mean he's throwing for the match.
60. Anthony requires 68.
It's going to be a dart at double 16.
52.
He's had darts at a
Neil
double
require
in every single leg of the
160.
match so far.
Treble 19. Doesn't go.
That's the danger of going that route.
41. Anthony requires 16.
He's had darts to win all 5 legs, Anthony Allen. And after
shot
5
the fifth
legs,
leg.
he leads
Anthony
3-2
Allen.
and now has the darts to win the match. Well, after the initial blot on the doubles, his double hitting of the last 3 legs has got considerably better. It's almost as if now he's really beginning to settle into the
100.
task.
Well, he's beginning to believe. Popular
85.
nickname Shaggy, isn't it? Scott Williams, Shaggy, isn't he? Joe Mernon.
140.
It wasn't me. Surprised no one's used that as a walk-on, considering there's been so many called Shaggy.
30.
Yeah, interesting.
But it may not be PG for an afternoon session.
100.
There is radio edits, mate.
Even we got to be PG sometimes.
100. Anthony record 161.
6 for the match. Doesn't go on this particular occasion. He is going to come back, but doesn't quite
45.
square it off in the type of way that he would have liked. When you leave 116 after 12 darts, you've had an okay leg, but it's meant that somewhere along the line you've had a slip.
41.
Yeah,
Anthony
the 45
record
was that
160.
slip. Time on his side. 91 left, treble 17.
76.
That will do very nicely. He will come back with 3 darts at tops to reel off 4 consecutive legs and win the tie 4-2.
140. Anthony record
For the match. Double 10. And Anthony Allen gets a win on debut here
Anthony
at the
Allen.
Super Series. He gets the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 2. He missed the plethora of doubles in the first couple of legs, and that's why he's counting his lucky stars. But once he got going, he really settled with the task. He beats Neil Duff by 4-2. The scoring in the game was quite good. The finishing was something that he worked upon as the game went along. Next up, we're going to watch the defending champion kick off his defence as Scott Taylor takes on Adam Lipscomb. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we saw Neil Duff lose out to Anthony Allen by 4-2 before the break. That man there is Scott Taylor. That's your defending champion, picking up the big jackpot in Series 6. Got the better of Tom Sykes in that particular final. Taylor is back looking to reclaim the crown, and early on this morning, he caught up with Phil Bars.
Scott, here we are, back at the Super Series. You are the reigning champion. Nice feeling walking through that door this morning?
Yeah, definitely. I was a little bit nervy walking up this morning, but when I got here, I've settled down a bit and ready to go.
What's it been like since winning here? Because we see so many people go on and do other things. How is the game and what's it been like?
Yeah, I've picked up a couple of little knocks, like a bit injured, but I'm feeling good today, so hopefully we'll see how it goes. But form's been good, been playing well. When
you look back at Champions Week, unbelievable stuff. Is your game in the same sort of place?
Yeah, it's been a little bit better when I have been playing, so hopefully I can take it up there, so see what happens.
Looking at your group here today, it's a tough group, but are you excited for the battle?
Yeah, I don't really know it. I only know Jimmy really from before, so we'll see how it goes, but they're all decent players here on their own merit, so see how it happens.
Is there extra pressure on your shoulders coming back as defending champion?
No, that's gone now, so I just got to concentrate on the next start out of row, and that's it.
We saw Luke Littler go back to back. Is that now the aim for you, is to join him as a back-to-back champion?
Yeah, of course, but I've got to win this week first, and I've got to worry about getting to Saturday before that, so we'll see what happens.
How do you break down the week then? Is it just concentrate on Group A for now, not looking too far ahead?
Yeah, definitely just concentrate on whoever's next really, but see how it goes, and hopefully get through Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If not, then we'll see what happens.
Again, Neil Duff in your group as well. He won the double start week here, so again, a little rivalry between you two perhaps as champions?
We'll see when we get out there, but it's just whoever's next really, see what happens.
Scott, wish you all the very best ahead of play, mate.
Scott Taylor, not a man for talking. He's a man that likes to do things and do big things. And he won the biggest jackpot that this place provides us. He's not one for bravado. He's not one for all the showbiz that comes with the sport. He just has this real intrinsic love of the game. The 32-year-old from Bolton, who can change that career best from former Challenge Tour event winner to Super Series champion. Up against Adam Lipscomb. Baby boy from Portsmouth. ADC qualifier this time around, having won the local ADC title. Was involved in quite a historic moment here at the Super Series. He was involved in he was 3-2 on Fallon Sherrock before Fallon Sherrock broke the throw to make it 3-3 in a game back in August. He did it in 9 darts.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Scott Taylor, very much all business. Doesn't get involved with any
95.
kind of bragging or ridiculous expectations. Knows it's a tough
85.
task. Been there and done it. He has the T-shirt. He's wearing the T-shirt right now as the Champions Week champion.
81.
Must be an amazing feeling when you walk through the door and you look at the trophy and the last name inscribed on it is yourself.
140.
Well, you could imagine.
123.
I can. On many occasions, mate.
14, wasn't it, in your career ranking titles?
11.
40.
Never defended one of them, sadly.
105.
What is the different pressure when you do go in and defend a title?
I'm not sure whether it's pressure. This
44.
darts is very much
Scott, you're required
a
97.
game on the day. If the stars align and you happen to be in a rich vein of
James on the
form,
first leg.
when it
Scott
comes round
Taylor.
again 12 months later, or in Neil Duff's case, it was a lot longer, of
Second
course.
leg,
He
it's
wa-
Adam to throw first.
What did he
Game
wait? 18, 19 months to defend his WDF Lakeside title, and it's just got to
81.
all align, really. I mean, how often do we see players produce averages in excess of 110 and lose? It's a common theme nowadays where people play brilliant but still don't win.
55.
Well, he started off like he left off. 14 data to win the first.
I was fortunate enough to be in Nottingham last week for the Premier League, and
140.
perfect example there. Luke Littler against Michael Van Gerwen. I mean, it was just the most incredible game of
118.
darts. Well, he told us he was playing well. He wasn't lying.
Well, he's just got this star quality, hasn't he? And when he really gets going, he can
140.
get going. He can pile in
46.
4-visit legs for fun. And he could pile in one here. He
Game
piles in
on
an
the
11,
second
2-0.
leg.
Doesn't he have a
Scott Taylor.
Super Series PB of just over 109?
109.31, which he hit in a
Scott to throw
final
first.
against Andy Bolton.
Game on.
And then didn't he walk into that same number against Luke Littler in a final?
That was Richard North, if I remember rightly.
98.
That is still his highest career average, Scott Taylor, at 109.31.
41.
Beat Tom Sykes in the final by 4 legs to 1 back in February. Had a real tough route to get through in that final. In the group stage,
134.
had to account for Ron Moulenkamp and Cam Crabtree before beating John O'Shea in the semi-final and Sykes in the final. And Tom Sykes, who
140.
I think we're going to see plenty of in 2024.
Agreed.
$47. $100.
Taylor averaging 113.03 at this present moment in time. numbers which are only going to go up.
180.
At the moment, this is an immaculate beginning of the defence of his title.
He's averaging
81.
118.46.
42.
Tops.
Game shot.
There's nothing that's fazing him right now.
His personal best could be smashed.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Those are the averages, 115.62. That equates to, on average, 13 darts a leg.
140.
Adam Lipscomb's averaging 92.5 in. He hasn't got even close to a look in on a double so far. He may not get a look in because Taylor's in again.
140. $100.
It was a short price for a reason, Scott Taylor.
Yeah, 1 to 3 shot.
87. $177.
Lipscomb leaving a 2-darter after 9.
116. Adam, you require 84.
He's going to finally get a look in. It may. Interesting play.
44.
He thinks Scott Taylor is going to take out the 158 for the match. He's a man averaging 115.
Yeah, 3 out of 3 on his doubles as well. This is risky. Ooh.
But he knows better than anybody else.
126.
But he's going to have to take the tops out this time because Taylor's sniffing on 32 for the match. His first dart at a double is pinned. 4 legs played. Haven't seen a missed dart at double so far. Scott Taylor leads 3-1, an average of 116. Adam Lipscomb, who has been a passenger in this match, averaging just a shade under 96.
96.
But it feels like Adam Lipscomb, whenever he's here, he runs into something at some point.
85.
He ran into Fallon Sherrick's 9. He's running into this. He's sponsored by a fire safety company. But he's running into fires everywhere he goes.
121.
Yeah, this is a brilliant showing from the defending champion, Scott Taylor.
140. $95.
And the thing with Scott is because he keeps himself to himself, and as we mentioned, he's just one that just wants to go out there, play, win. The sideshow
45.
doesn't really overly affect us. So when a performance like this happens, it almost gets overlooked. And it shouldn't get overlooked because he's a quality operator who on his day is up there with the best of them.
96.
I actually got hounded by one of our colleagues for saying that Scott Taylor was a tip to get through Q score, and he was
91.
unlucky not to.
Scott, you're
He then won this
93.
crown, and he's on the cusp of defending his title with an opening win. 2 in hand, now double 9. Doesn't go.
75.
The average will dovetail to 111.
140.
Yeah, had that either of those darts gone in, would have been, oh, hello, double 10. Oh, super stuff from Adam Lipscomb.
Adam Lipscomb.
Scott Taylor won't mind that, really, if he's chasing a personal best average.
6th leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Says a lot about the character
Yes.
as well of Adam,
100.
because it could have been so easy with Scott Taylor on the rampage. She just caved in and almost accepted his fate.
80.
Last couple of legs, he's really dug in and he's ground out the results as a consequence of it.
100.
And look, this has been all the Scott Taylor show so far, but Adam Lipscomb here.
Well, he had a 177 in leg 4,
140.
which culminated in a 13-dart hold, and then took out the 140 in leg 5 for a 15-dart breaker throw after seeing Taylor miss a dart at double 18 and double 9.
And Nelson's got 6 darts here to send us all the way.
41.
At one point, it felt like when rather than if Scott Taylor was going to get over the line, but the word if is very much a word in the vocabulary right now.
Enemy requiring 120.
But has to find a treble here. Doesn't do so. And so Scott Taylor should at least,
Scott, you require 81.
at the very least, get a dart at the ball for the match. And that is what he's going to get.
56.
But it's not what he finds. And Lipscomb hasn't missed a dart at double yet in this match. A trend that continues, and we go all the way. And Scott Taylor, who was at times averaging way in excess of the 110s, up to around the 115 region, has been hauled back in here by Adam Lipscomb. Remember, he missed 2 match darts 2 legs ago, has missed a dart at the bullseye to get over the line,
60.
and has kicked off dry. There's a real chance here for Lipscomb to pull off the ultimate comeback from 3-0 down to go on and win 4-3.
Yeah, especially against a player, as you say, who was averaging in excess of 110.
81.
That's a drop-off come at the worst possible time for Taylor, and that a slip at the worst
78.
possible time for Lipscomb. Good recovery of the last.
140.
But one thing you find with Scott is when he begins to bite that bottom lip, he means business.
96.
Needs to come away from there,
60.
and does. Leaves the 160.
The average is still 105.5.
99. Scott, you require
It would still be a great
160.
defence, or a great start of the defence of his title. This would be a great way to finish. Just drags underneath, clips off the barrel of the first.
140.
And Lipscomb, if he is to pull off the ultimate
170.
comeback, is going to have to find the fish. He wants another one of them, but he is not going to get a poke at the ball. And so Scott Taylor,
105.
the defending
Scott, you require
champion,
20.
to get his campaign off to a winning start, wants double 5. And the
Game
champion
shot
is
out
up
of
and running.
Scott
And Scott Taylor has sent out a statement to the rest of the field. He has come back to reclaim his crown. 105.06 the average, 4 from 8 on the doubles. And at one point, the average was way in excess of 110, at times 115. Adam Lipscomb, despite the barrage that the defending champion put him in the first few legs, stuck with the task. He took it all the way. An average just under 95 wasn't enough in the end. Coming up after the break, the 2 ADC qualifiers, Nigel Lloyd and Jimi Hendrix. Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the defending champion Scott Taylor has got his campaign up and running, and to some tune as well, sending out a statement of intent to the rest of the field, averaging 105.06, 50% on the doubles, getting the better of Adam Lipscomb by 4 legs to 3. Lipscomb, who averaged just under 95, did well to work his way back in the match from 3-0 down to send us all the way. And next up is the 280C qualifiers, Jimi Hendrix and Nigel Lloyd going toe-to-toe here at the Live Lounge. Lloyd, the 30-year-old from Rosenborg, the Irish fighter, played at the Catalonia Open, finished third place there in that particular tournament. He takes on Jimi Hendrix, a man who we have seen on many a stage before, beat Martin Adams at the Lakeside back in the day. The 29-year-old, the captain, looking to be the leader of the pack this week at the Super Series. Changing the commentary box alongside myself, Henry Deacon. It is a very good morning to Phil Bars. Hi, Phil.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, H. Oh, Scott Taylor sent out a bit of a statement, hasn't he, on Monday morning? I'm not giving up this crown easily.
And I was saying it with Chris in the last game. He's the type of player that doesn't want any of the bravado. He just wants to get up there and get the job done. And that was exactly what he did there.
Yeah, and he was put under pressure as well, because at 3-0, Adam Lipscomb could have rolled over and had his belly tickled, but he didn't. And the 140 was just sublime. But
45.
Looking forward to this one.
Hendricks 2-7 on to win this particular match. A player who we've seen a lot of across various
57.
World Championships, but maybe not so much in recent times.
Consistency's always been the issue. He's done well to qualify for these big tournaments, but then doesn't quite deliver
100.
once there. But look, coming here, playing for a week solid, I expect the consistency to get there just because of the amount of time he's spending on the hockey.
And this is the big difference. I suppose we could say the same about Anthony Allen as well, who
59.
they have potentially 29 games if they get all the way through to the final because they're playing a Group A, whereas their experiences in the past, whether it be at the Lakeside or Alexandra Palace, sometimes it's just one game where you've got to acclimatise, and if you don't acclimatise quickly enough, you're out in the space of half an hour and you've got to wait another year for that experience again.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what the Super Series does. It gives players stage time that you can't buy anywhere else.
100.
And you've been out there, you travel all across the circuit. What is the feedback from the players, particularly those that have moved on to the tour, gone on to play in big events, about what this has done for them as a vehicle to grow and move forward?
Oh, look, the players that have come here and done well and then gone on to win tour cards have loved every minute of it. I still speak to Graham Usher regularly, and he still loved his time here and still watches when he's not playing, and he puts the catalyst down to this, getting experience that he couldn't get anywhere else. And you look at, obviously, Graham probably is the standout one, but then you've also got characters like Adam Warner and people like that change their whole mentality and their career path by coming here. So it really is a vehicle for players that you just can't get anywhere else.
84.
Hendricks getting off to the better start, threatening the break in the opening leg.
Yeah, Nigel Lloyd just looking to apply some pressure. He'll be disappointed. He should be making sure of the big number.
67.
Was going to have to burn a dart if he gets a go. But the 67 for Hendricks, it's 2 at 888 and only needs the one. Break a throw for Jimi Hendrix.
17 darter, double goes first time. It's a solid and steady start for Jimi Hendrix.
Game on.
Nigel qualified through the ADC European qualifying system, and the quality of those tour events, the European qualifying tour, we're going to see it more split up now into regions. So Belgium, Holland, Germany will all have their own set of qualifiers, and the standard and the quality we're seeing in those events are certainly growing. The ADC in Europe is most certainly a region which really is catapulting into life.
Yeah, we're seeing it, the ADC Europe, and of course the ADC on these shores. It's a real breeding ground. Now Scott Hunter and the team have got it right, and obviously John Locken over in Europe. It's a real pathway for players outside of that 128 to make a career for themselves.
Tom Sykes probably the best example of which in recent times, where he's come from, and I don't mean this in an offensive way, from obscurity into the limelight, signed a deal with a manufacturer, picked up the prize for finishing runner-up here, and can now seriously consider his future in a positive light as a darts player.
Yeah, Tom Lonsdale, another one, came here as an ADC qualifier, then qualified for the UK Open, and we saw him here illuminate the stage by going for his big bullseye finishes when he didn't need to. But that's him, and this is what it's doing. Where beforehand, players had to wait, like you said, a year to get on TV, maybe 6 months when the Masters was in operation as well. But now there's regular stage darts under the lights and the scrutiny that this brings.
96.
And for the bullseye with Nigel not on a finish, so we'll spurn a dart upon his return, but the key thing is there will be a return.
97. Jimmy required 25.
Yeah, and possibly even 6. Because so far, the 160 may be a tough ask, but he may not get a go.
Game shot
and
in the
doesn't.
second leg. Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix leads 2-0. And again, 2 from 3 on the outer ring, averaging a shade under 97. Superb.
An indication he was getting more settled was he got better by a multiple of 3 in that leg. 17 in the first, 14 in the second.
100.
I know people look at whether it's a 15 darter or a 17. I tend to look at the visits to the board more importantly. Are you in the 4, the 5 or the 6 range more than the individual
100.
darts?
The more 5-visit legs you get, particularly here, the more successful you're going to be. You would say probably in this format, and we've both seen enough to say that the average leg probably is around 16 and a half, 17 darts.
Yeah, if you're going out in 5 visits to the board, the likelihood is you're going to be close to winning on Saturday night. Yes, we've seen exceptional performances from Scott Taylor, Darryl Pilgrim, and so on, but sometimes you have to put your hands up and say, look, there's nothing I can do with that. But in and around, if you're
58.
that 5-visit region, you're going to be hard to beat.
Bradley Woods on Saturday was a perfect example of which.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Brad would be the first to admit he didn't do anything spectacular, but he did everything well.
100.
Putting all the pieces together, which is exactly what Jimmy's going to have to do to his equipment now.
Yeah, arguably on Saturday, the flashier moments came from the 2 Canadians in Jeff and David, but there were drop-offs from them where Bradley was just at that level that was hard to beat.
Yeah, Jeff will feel bitterly disappointed that he didn't pick up the jackpot on Saturday. Better leg this from Nigel. Left himself a finish after 12. He is going to get a poke at the 103.
59.
And in fact, he's going to get a couple of pokes from 103.
Not had a dart out of double yet. Should. Yeah, he will now, I was about to say. We've seen funny things happen on that stage, but will come back for double 4.
We saw the miss on the 12, didn't we, in the first leg? But he is going to come back for his first darts at a double here of the Super Series.
43. Nigel will require 8.
Can he seal it quickly? It's not really a marker. Overcompensated. Now it gets messy.
4.
That's wild.
Jimmy require 139.
And this would be a shock to the system if Hendricks can take the 139. This would be a real kick. But it's not going to go. And so Lloyd back for 3 more. But this time, you sense the double 2 is going to have to go. Although Hendricks sat precariously on double 3.
Game shot in the third leg.
And that'll just settle in somewhat, won't it?
Yeah, and I actually think that Hendricks hitting the treble potentially settled Nigel a little bit more there, because double 3 is not easy. Where if he even tops, then you think, I go for this all the time. Where I think that slip into the treble may have just done Nigel Lloyd a favour there.
60.
Either which way, he's in the match and he'll feel like he's into proceedings here at the Super Series.
Just looking at, it's quite an interesting grip there from Nigel Lloyd. It's like buried in the fingers.
Interesting. As you look at the dart, the grip on the barrel is very much to the back of it, isn't it? It's almost like a pinch, isn't it, between the thumb and the index finger.
Yeah, most players you can see a lot of the dart in the hand. It's quite a light grip, but just
140.
interesting there. This one. The dart is literally encased in the finger and thumb.
Not the throwing style, but the
95.
grip reminds me a lot of Ryan Joyce.
Yeah, a little bit of Stephen Bunting in there as well, the way the finger and thumb cluster the dart like that.
100.
Hendricks having already accrued the break in this match, looking to teeter along quite nicely now, leaving 101 after 12 to open up a 3-1 lead.
60. Jimmy McCoy, 101.
He's got 6 here.
Looking possibly treble 19. 62 left. Doesn't need to go 12 on ball, so I can just set this up
69.
perfectly.
For all the magnificence of Scott Taylor, Jimi Hendrix is putting in a performance that is good, but also it's very much attainable. I'm not
60.
saying Scott Taylor can't go on an average
Jimmy
105
Iroquois,
five times
32.
today, but it's very unlikely, whereas Hendrix can play at this level potentially over the course of a day.
Game shot on the fourth.
Yeah, he
leg.
leads 3-1,
Jimi Hendrix.
averaging over 92. Come 2 o'clock this afternoon, if he's got a
Vegas
running
Nigel
average
to
for the day of
throw
92, he'll be exceptionally
Game.
happy with that.
He'll be very much in the mix. And at the moment, you'd have to say that him and Scott Taylor are the two standout players. A little bit harsh on Adam Lipscomb,
43.
the way that last game went. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on. His next game is against Nigel Lloyd, and the last game of the second round of fixtures. The next round will kick off with Anthony Allen up against Scott Taylor, and then Jimi Hendrix and Neil Duff in the
100.
middle of that particular round of fixtures.
Yeah, look, we've seen Adam Lipscomb here before, and consistency is the issue. We've seen the ceiling is very, very good. And even though it was in defeat this time around, again, it was a very
100.
good performance. But it's the drop-off that he has. The floor needs to come up for his game at the moment. The range is too big. We can see him going average a ton, but we can also see a 77 in there. So it's getting that 77 to
57.
an 83, 84 as a minimum.
It's a step in the right direction for Adam, finishing in the top 3 of this group, giving himself a real good go when it comes to Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, no one wants Group C
94.
because the odds are against you. You have to be exceptional across the 2 days to get out of Group C, where Group B, you have got that leeway. Even if you lose all 4 one day, mathematically, you're not out of the equation going into the Friday. And as a player, that
98.
mentality is huge because you can go back to your hotel and you can overthink stuff if you have a bad day, where Group B just gives you that little bit of grace.
60.
And is that a drive visit that opens up the door here for Jimi Hendrix to go on and win the match?
Yeah, right now he's just thinking one treble. Get me to a finish. But again, one high, one low,
44.
and one erratic. That's the consistency level we were talking about from Jimi Hendrix. We've seen some stellar stuff in this game, but it's visits like that that's going to cost him against the very elite.
100.
Lloyd re-establishing the advantage of throw. Well, he's true to his name. The Irishman is a bit of a fighter.
100. Nigel, you require 104.
104 for Lloyd to get back within 1. Well, it's a bit of a happy accident. Was looking for the treble 16 there.
64. Jimmy
Happiest of happy accidents, but he won't be happy if this goes. Hendrix 102 for the match and to kick-start his Super Series campaign with a win. Doesn't go, and so Lloyd to
61.
bring this game back to
Nigel
3-2
requires
and just
40.
ask Jimmy a question or two. It would force him to serve it out in the next. Double 10. But Hendrix
30.
is back for the match. Hendrix is back for the
Jimmy
win.
require 41.
Lloyd fluffed his lines. Can Hendrix step in at 2 at 16s for a winning tune? No is the
No.
answer. 2 match
Nigel
starts have
require
come
10.
and they have gone.
And so Lloyd to bring it back to 3-2 to keep Hendrix honest. How nicely is that pitched? Drags below, and so Hendricks is going to get one more opportunity to seal the match and to seal a debut win.
8. Is that in the way? I'm not quite sure what he's done there, but he's got to go up and over. What a dart that is, because much of the bed was blocked. But Jimi Hendrix seals a 4-1 win over Nigel Lloyd to get his group campaign off and running in some style. There's the numbers. 4 from 9 on the outer ring, 44%. 1 from 9 from Lloyd was his undoing. But coming up after the break, the reigning champion, Scott Taylor, will return.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the first round of matches have come and gone, and the defending champ is back, Scott Taylor, and what a signal of intent that he sent out in the first round of fixtures. Averaged 105.06, was 50% from the doubles in getting the better of Adam Lipscomb by 4 legs to 3. He takes on Anthony Allen, who also got a win on his debut here at the Super Series. Missed a plethora of doubles in the first couple of legs, but once he settled down, came back from 2-0 behind to get the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 2. Taylor, the favourite with the bookmakers, quite a heavy favourite as well. He's 1-4-1 with the odds compilers to win this game against the darts. Anthony Allen can be quoted at 11-4 to pick up victory in this one. Chris Mason is alongside me for this one, and if Scott Taylor carries on the way that he started, he's going to be fairly hard to stop.
140.
Yeah, but do we know any more than what we knew before our first match got underway today?
140.
Not really. We didn't really need to preview it, did we?
I think with credit due, I think Anthony Allen was the surprise package of the opening series of matches, coming from 2-0 down to reel off 4 on the spin. If
44.
If you sort of omit the 18 missed starts at a double, it was a fairly good performance.
And as I mentioned, most of those came in a real cluster at the beginning of the game. Once he found his first, he didn't really miss many others after that. And he's got off to the better start in this particular leg of match, leaving a finish after 9. And he's going to get 6 to take out the opening leg against the defending champion.
99.
His left tops after 12.
You'd think with all that VT, it was Luke Littler, the defending champion.
100. Anthony, you require 40.
Tops after 12.
Game shot on the
Didn't have
first
time,
leg.
didn't need time.
Anthony
Alan 1-0.
Yeah, that's much better in terms of the quality of leg. A
Second leg,
15
it's
dart,
Scott to throw
hold of
first.
throw.
Game on.
Yeah, I think with Nigel
55.
Lloyd, his numbers are representative of pretty much where he is as a seasonal number right now.
Yeah, he was competitive in that game against Jimmy, but Jimmy just had that
24.
little bit too much in the end. Going back to Scott, I felt like that victory at Champions Week, that was the big title that, when you think about the career that he's had, some of the performances that he put in, the
100.
one thing that he has lacked has been a real big title to show for his efforts, and he finally managed to pick one up. And
And the
call it-
financial reward, which makes a
180.
massive difference to his year going forward, and potentially 2025 when he'll go for a card all over again.
140.
And like I say, I think he's certainly one of inside the top 10 of best players currently with that card.
79.
And that opening average almost sums that up.
Amateur major in your mind? Outside the PDC system in terms of the amateur
66.
circuit?
Yeah, I think so.
$56. Scott, you require 140.
140 for Taylor, and this is the type of finish which he'll relish, because if the first dart six up perfectly, which it doesn't, then the second one would have followed, and he loves double 10 so much.
83.
Well, he walked into a 140 checkout from Adam, didn't he?
Sent
65.
Taylor to the canvas,
Scott,
but
you
he
require
came back up
57.
and swinging in the last leg. He was hit with a jab in the first leg here, and hasn't found the
37.
counter punch as of yet. May not
Anthony
find one at all. It could be
97.
broken here. Got to be treble 18 here. Doesn't go, and Alan will be disappointed.
27.
Yeah,
Scott, you
that was
require 20.
And a frustrating visit. Not quite as frustrating as that, because he could
18.
find himself
Anthony
2-0
requires
down, and this
70.
would be for 6 consecutive legs for Alan after reeling off 4 on the spin. And it
Game
is.
shot on the second leg. Anthony Allen.
Not often do you get the opportunity to break Scott Taylor in 21 darts, but Anthony
Well,
Allen has
it's
been
Anthony to
afforded
throw
the
first.
chance, and credit to
Yeah.
him, he's taken it. 2-0 he leads, 6 legs on the spin. Taylor's head's in a spin.
41.
One thing about Scott Taylor, he will not panic. He will not press that button.
60.
And he's too long in the tooth over this format to know that a Monday doesn't make a week.
No, you can't win it on a Monday.
140.
Well, half the field aren't even involved on Monday.
81.
Yep, we've got 6 more players
100.
coming in on Thursday. Group C on Thursday afternoon will include
140.
Joe Cost, Steve Hine, Johnny Stewart. Group B, Devon Peterson makes his debut alongside Chris Quantock and Chaz Barstow, two players
81.
who have been all the way to Champions Week before.
Yeah, that Group B is going to be a bit tasty because it will be players who finish in positions 2 and 3 from this group joining that 5-player field on Thursday and Friday night.
Well, one thing already evident is there is a huge drop-off. Scott Taylor was 105 in the first game. He's averaging below 80 here.
Yeah, that range is too big right now.
70.
I'm amazed that, I'm not sure about Devon's position, but I'm amazed he didn't grasp the opportunity to play a full week here. As we discussed at the top of the show, I think for him, getting a full week here would be so beneficial as Anthony Allen makes it 3-0. Well, didn't see this coming. He was an 11-4 dog in this race. Scott was 1-4. I can hear the betting slips being crumpled.
93.
They got any till left after Cheltenham? Good luck finding a bookie the way they got dismantled last week.
Did they? I didn't. Do you know? I didn't watch a single race.
It's the first time I've ever come back even at Cheltenham. Didn't have to put a penny in my account.
83.
Helps when you know the right people. Alan's doing the right things.
140.
Galopin Deschamps won the Gold Cup, retained the title.
77.
What was his price?
He was 10-11 on.
60. Scott, you require 148.
Good week of sport last week.
Yes, it was. Finishing off with a wonderful game of football on Sunday.
Yeah, Man United beating Liverpool 4-3, which has delighted some in the gallery here at the Super Series. Ireland winning the Six Nations, of course, at the weekend.
57. Scott, you require 88.
And of course, the tennis yesterday. Carlos Alcaraz and Iga Swiatek winning the Indian Wells tournament as Taylor looks for double 12, doesn't find the double 12. And of course, at the Players' Championship, the golf, I know Paul Nicholson will be watching that religiously. Scotty Scheffler winning that particular tour, the biggest prize in golf.
92.
Rory was in contention 24. After day one, wasn't he?
And then Shokora slipped away. Taylor's hoping to put himself back in the equation. His hopes may slip away now.
Anthony require 106
for the match.
Going to get a dart at double 16 to get the job done, but it's a chance that come and goes. Taylor to keep this game going. That's his 9th missed dart.
Yeah, he's having a nightmare. And it continues. 6. Should be.
Anthony require 32.
Done and dusted.
2 16s for the match. And it's 2 wins from 2 on debut for Anthony Allen. And he has won 8 legs in succession. He really is warming to the task here at the Super Series. Gets the better of a very uncharacteristically poor Scott Taylor there by 4 legs to nil. 82-36 and now 4 from 7 on the doubles. Prior to that game getting underway, Anthony Allen was an 11-4 outsider to win the match. Well, he's won it by 4 legs to nil. Next up, Jimi Hendrix against Neil Duff. So welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. That man there, Jimi Hendrix, has already been in the winners' enclosure on day one of proceedings here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on Neil Duff, who lost out 4-2 to Anthony Allen in the first game of the session. Missed 10 darts at a double, won the first 2 legs, then lost the subsequent 4. But Neil's been here so long now that we can almost give that a free pass. It'll be interesting to see how he recovers here.
Yeah, we've seen him do it before. Have by his levels, a horrible campaign in Group A, to then go
First
on
leg,
and
it's Jimmy to throw first.
navigate
Game on.
his way through Group C and make finals nights. So he won't be worried whatsoever. And to be honest, after seeing Anthony Allen just reel off 4 on the spin against Scott
57.
Taylor, it makes that defeat not look so bad right now.
Neil Duff with what looks like a change of ammo.
41.
We're so accustomed to seeing him with the Joe Cullen setup. Looks like he's gone for something a little bit more golden and hoping that his fortunes become that as a result of it.
180.
Golden darts from the man in orange. There we go. Don't often see Neil change about with equipment, but
Yeah, they're definitely a different barrel to
25.
the one he's had success here with. As you say, they are the Joe Cullen barrel.
$85.
now we believe this is his own signature set, which he's just beginning to mould in.
50.
Yeah, when you get your own signature dart done, it does take a while just for them to wear in.
$39.
Because it is based off that Cullen dart, but I
Yeah.
suppose even though it's based in exactly the same way, it's just going to feel completely different, isn't it?
100.
Yeah, and
Jimmy
I think the
require
players now that
140.
literally take a set of darts out the box and play with them and then either give them away or donate them or whatever they do to them with them, that's okay. But when you've had a set of darts for a couple of years, they just feel part of your hand, and it's so hard
60.
to then get used to a new dart. I know that for Michael Van Gerwen, they actually used the technique to
60.
almost wear them,
Jimmy require
so they
80.
didn't have that new feeling.
Tops.
Cheeky.
Game
Tops. It was
shot the
cheeky and
first
delightful
leg.
in equal measure.
Jimi Hendrix.
Worked.
Second leg, it's
Actually
Neil to
went
throw first.
5 to 6 each of 2 on this tie.
That was before the off, and maybe at the
60.
beginning of the day, and I don't mean this disrespectfully towards Jimmy, you probably would have fancied Neil. Maybe the bookies saw something beforehand that we didn't.
Or maybe they're just lucky.
60.
18 plus, begambleaware.org.
$60. $60. $41.
This is really uncharacteristic from Neil. 12 points in the first game, and he's really struggled to settle here. And there's been no signs
140.
this morning at all that anything like this was possible with Neil.
Yeah, I think we may see him
54.
revert back to his other set at some point. And what he will do away in
97.
practice, he'll probably use these just to wear them in a little bit.
He's got a bit of a gap before he plays Adam Lipscomb in the next game. He's got 3 games off before he comes back on the hockey.
140.
Of course, he's not out of
Give
this
me
game, not by the
144.
furthest stretch of the imagination, but Hendricks here, 144. Double 12. Just inside, and this would be some way to get the campaign started.
146.
Yeah, that would have been a beautiful shot.
Is this the lightning of the Duff blue touch paper? The double 16 isn't
140.
found, and he may find
Give me a
himself 2-0
required
down as a
score.
result of it. It would mean that 6 straight legs have gone against the Duff man. Double
Game's
6
on the
means it's
second
6 in a row
Jimi Hendrix.
against Neil Duff.
So look, it's Jimmy to throw
Jimmy
first.
averaging
Game on.
a healthy-looking 88.5.
This is what we were talking about ascertaining a level over the course of the day. Taylor went off to that big high, but has plateaued down to a real low level, whereas
100.
the level Jimmy's playing at, you can play it over the course of the day and play quite solidly and have success as a result of it.
100.
You just see the little nod in the background as Neil hit the ton. He really is fancying the task. He's seen a world champion here that he thinks he can get at.
81.
These two know each other very well, you would think, from that WDF circuit.
55.
Actually, would be amazed if they hadn't met at some point in a tournament.
100.
So Hendricks 6 starts here from 220 to open up a 3-0 advantage.
Stray first one. Gets the recovery dart. 162 remaining.
78.
There's nothing official on my statistical database in terms of previous meetings between this pair.
Yeah, it does surprise me.
100. Jimmy Recoil, 142.
This is for 3-0. Duff missed the double 16 on the back of the 146 in the previous leg, and he's going to get another poke at it here.
58. Neil Recoil, 146.
But he's not going to have such joy this time around. And so Hendricks back for 84 to take a 3-0 lead.
90. Jimmy Recoil, 84.
At the very least, should get a dart of the bull. Single 14 will give him that, but the treble gives himself a dart at double 11.
Game
Pinned,
shot in the
found,
third leg.
3-0 Hendricks.
Jimmy Hendricks.
Yeah, 3 from 5 on the outer ring. Very, very impressive.
It's Neil to throw
Well, it's
first.
actually 4 from 5 because it was 2 double tops, wasn't it?
Duffy in a world of trouble, and he's got the look of a man who has got concerns
125.
seeping all around him. Gonna have to try and drag himself out the doldrums. Although we did see in that
100.
double start week that the start that he had to his campaign wasn't one that you would recognise as Neil Duff, but then he still found a way to clamour through Group C and go on and win that particular week.
140. $140.
One thing you will get as well from Neil is a very honest appraisal about his performances, whether it be good, whether it be bad. He treats both of those imposters the same.
140.
But he is just beginning to improve incrementally here. He's brought his average up to 83, and there was a point in this game where he was hovering around the 60 region.
100. Now we require 96.
On for a potential 11 dart leg here. Double 18.
60.
Doesn't go.
Jimmy
161 for the match.
161.
A traditional route.
Well, Duff has dug in to carve out this
65.
opening and opportunity to
Yeah,
get his
required
first leg on the
36.
board since going 2-0 up against Anthony Allen in game 1 of the day.
18.
But that is now 6 missed darts at a
Jimmy
double, and that
required
could well be
96.
that.
Well, it's been his Achilles heel so far today. Just 2 from 12 in his opening game.
Sat perfectly for the treble, and that was what he chased.
56. Now
Doesn't
we
find.
require
Duff back
18.
for double 9. Double 4. Doesn't go.
14.
Hendricks back
Jimmy
for 4-0,
required
and it would
40.
mean that he would have won 8 legs today for the concession of just a solitary leg. And Jimi Hendrix seals a 4-0 victory on the two bookmakers' favourite to go on and win this group have lost successive matches by the margin of 4-0. Jimi Hendrix with a rout over Neil Duff. A smile to the camera as well. He's getting used to these staging and environment. An 86 average to win 4-0 against the WDF World Champion of 2022, Neil Duff. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we saw Neil Duff and Scott Taylor in successive games get bagel. Anthony Allen and Jimi Hendrix with big performances and big wins. It was Jimmy who got the better of Neil before the break by 4-0. That's 2 wins from 2 for the Dutchman on his debut. Talking about David Turns, Nigel Lloyd looking to get on the board up against Adam Lipscomb, who played superbly against Scott Taylor last time out, averaging just a shade under 95, was perfect on the doubling, hit a 140 finish as well in amongst it. And if he plays to any kind of level here, you'd expect him to pick up the points against Nigel, who maybe showed a little bit of nerves on debut.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the table's very topsy-turvy of where we certainly expected it to be, but it'll be interesting to see how this Group A plays out over the course of 3 days. Don't forget, you can join us here on Saturday night. Head over to www.dartshop.tv. And it's just a very small booking fee to reserve your ticket. Doors open around about 6 o'clock. Action getting underway at 7:30.
Even better than that, I can show you a magic trick, because there's a QR code which you can view. Abracadabra. There we go. See, who needs Paul Daniels when you got Henry Deacon?
Wow. Look at you.
140.
Scan that. It'll take you to dartshop.tv. You can reserve your tickets for every Saturday night. And a reminder, Champions Week, Saturday, the 25th of May. Now, I'm going to do some more magic here, mate, because abracadabra, it goes. Lipscomb, 6 darts and 151 to take out this opening leg.
Despite being defeated, I thought he played very, very well. He averaged near on 95, didn't miss a dart or double, took out a 140, had a 177, but walked into a rampant Scott Taylor. Averaged 105.06, and it was 4-3. So it wasn't like it was a scoring average.
45.
Tad unfortunate.
Require 86.
I'd love to see Adam just get it right 1 week here and make it to Saturday night. I think he'd have a wonderful time up there, and so would
38. Adam, you require 30.
You won't be able to get a ticket.
No, real popular player, isn't he?
Game shot on the first leg.
Local
Adam
lad, of
Lipscomb.
course.
The Wickham Mill Massive tuning in this morning. I've already had a message from them.
Can you read it out? Or oh, it was a message about Adam, right? Okay.
45.
Had a message from Joe King. He said, "Come on, Adam." I'm going to get a text from him in a minute. Probably saying, "Shut up, Penrith."
Is his name Joking?
Yes, that's his name.
Joe King. Need a little bit of a pause in there. You can get in touch with us direct into the commentary box, of course, via what was Twitter, which is now X.
125.
Henry will have the app open. If you've got any questions or comments, get in touch.
But don't tag me, because I'm not on Twitter at the minute.
Oh.
80.
Well, that's a spit out from Adam.
I think it's about 4 years for me now. I'm well cleansed of it.
Using social media should be a responsible thing, which is why every now and then I take a week-long break.
120.
Anyway, do get in touch on Twitter whilst you're at it.
At MSS Darts is the handle.
140. Adam, you require
Facebook,
50.
Instagram, TikTok, and X.
He is playing superbly here. Average just under a ton.
30.
He's looking for a 15
Nigel,
darter
requires
there.
63.
But he may get pegged back by Lloyd. Just squeezes in the 10, double
Game shot on the
18,
second
perfectly
leg.
pinned, and we're level at
Nigel
1
Lloyd.
apiece.
famous name in the
Delegates
world
Adam
of
to throw
darts, of
first.
course.
Game on.
Lloyd, my good pal, Colin Lloyd, former world #1 and
85.
multiple major winner, Grand Prix and World Match Play, of course.
Moved into our sphere of things, hasn't he, these days?
100.
Do you reckon he'd have a go at this?
60.
Nah, it's just not playing a lot of darts. I think it's a time thing.
$122.
It's an all-consuming job, this, when you're at the business end of the game.
100.
Apparently, he can be a bit of a
Yeah,
bit of a baker.
He is very much a bit of a baker.
140.
Makes a mean mug cake.
We're going to have to invite him for a week just for the cakes.
123.
Get our jaws sunk into that.
139.
Nigel Lloyd hoping to get his teeth sunk into this. Would have been some way to have announced his arrival, but the treble 13 goes the begging. But will leave himself double 12 if he comes back. Liscombe again putting in another good performance, but it may well be in vain because he could be broken here. Lloyd
97.
averaging just under 95 and a half, has left double 12 after 12 for 2-1.
Game shot in the third
Good
leg.
performance, this,
Nigel
Henry.
Lloyd.
It's almost as if Adam's bringing the best out of people right now.
Fourth leg, it's
He's probably
Nigel
thinking
to
to
throw
himself,
first.
here we
Game
go again.
on.
Averaged 94 in game 1 and lost. Averaging 94 here and behind.
95.
The senior
139.
starts rolls into town shortly, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Blackpool.
tungsten time.
64.
Is that the champions of champions?
Yeah, the 8-player field, headlined by the reigning world champion, John Henderson. But he hasn't got it easy. He's got
44.
Andy Hamilton for an opener. And Andy recently has played some real good stuff. Richard Rowland to
26.
Yeah, Eric. He won the qualifier, didn't he?
he plays Robert Thornton. Gates against Houghton and repeat at the final. And I suppose that the game that will jump out because of what they've done in the sport will
55.
be, and always will be when they draw each other, Martin Adams up against Phil Taylor. One more chance to go down memory lane with them two.
45.
Henderson currently in Hildesheim. Played the Challenge at the weekend. On the reserve list for the Pro Tour, so he's going to be spending the next couple of days in Germany, partaking in those particular events.
Yeah, a few players pulling out
100.
for some much needed
We require 82.
rest.
Lloyd here, 6 starts from 82 for a 3-1 lead. Finds the bullseye. Finds the
shot
double
the
16. This
fourth
is a real good
Nigel
performance.
Lloyd.
91.69. It's pretty much
Fifth
20
leg, it's
points
Adams
better
to
off
throw
than what he
first.
provided
Game
against
on.
Jimi Hendrix in his opener. There was glimpses in that first game against Jimmy, but he has pieced all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle
95.
together here.
Yeah, Leonard Gates is the defending champion, isn't he, from that champion of champions? He picked up a
125.
title in America yesterday. Congratulations to him.
He can't be far off the
100.
top echelons of those WDF rankings now, can he? Because he's picked up a few this year. Has qualified for Lakeside if he doesn't play at Alexandra Palace.
You can watch the World Seniors
60.
Champion of Champions, of course, on the BBC Red Button.
100. 85. $100.
Lipscomb closing in to try and pull a leg back. One thing we learned in that game against Scott Taylor is you'll never feel out of a game until it's completely over and the opponent has hit the winning double.
42.
And I'll head back to the 16s corridor upon his return. What pressure can Lloyd put on here?
94. Enemy required 64.
He's himself on a 2-darter. Lipscomb, a dart at tops to save it.
Game
Pins the tops to save it. Back to 3-2, and he forces Nigel Lloyd to serve it out.
Have to force this one into a decider where
Game on.
he himself will have the darts. Yeah, the Players' Championship 5 gets underway in Hildesheim, midday at our time, so I'll bring you any
100.
results.
It's actually going to be for the first time an
100.
option on the online stream to have German commentary. So there'll be English commentary and German commentary in Hildesheim for that.
140.
Wowzers. I'm off to Germany next weekend for the Euro
85.
Tour in Munich. That available to watch, of course, via pdc.tv.
100.
There's ways to spend an Easter weekend, isn't there? I take it you're not going to be wearing a lederhosen, are you?
95.
No.
Nigel, you require 120.
I do wear some questionable clothes, but Lederhausen's won't be one of them.
Is Charlie refereeing that next weekend?
I'm not
43.
sure. I don't think so.
I think that's the pitch we all want to see. Charlie Courtefine in a lederhosen.
100. Nigel, you
Lloyd
require
for the match.
78.
78 to get his first win on the board. He's going to get a dart. A double top. Has to shuffle across.
58.
He's had a chance.
Enemy require
A chance which has come and gone.
121.
And so Lipscomb to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Once again, wants the bullseye.
96.
And pins the 25 in doing so.
Nigel, you require 20.
And so 2 tens for Lloyd to pick up his first Super Series win. Up for 5s. The
No
other
score.
side.
Enemy
And
required
Lipscomb's going to get
25.
2 more to take us to leg 7. Double 4 isn't
17.
found, and the first one really did
Nigel,
graze
you
the
require
wire.
20.
Well, Nigel Lloyd cannot say he hasn't had his chances to win this match. Double 5 will get him over the line and get his first win here at the Live Lounge. Adam Lipscomb once again puts in a decent performance, but there's nothing to show for it. They're getting used to the camera, these players, aren't they? Nigel Lloyd, a little celebration, 85 average. 4-2 against Adam Lipscomb in a good contest, that, between the pair. Coming up next, Alan Hendricks. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds of matches here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is what we've seen thus far. The defending champion Scott Taylor got his campaign underway with a blockbuster average 105.06 to get the better of Adam Lipscomb 4-3, but then proceeded to lose 4-0 to Anthony Allen, who's won both of his matches so far today. It's actually been so far so good for the Davidsons. Jimi Hendrix also winning 2 from 2, dropping just a singular leg in the process. So those are the results. This is how the table looks as a consequence of it. Jimi Hendrix leading the way with Anthony Allen on 4 points. It's fairly uniform so far. 2 wins for Hendrix and Allen, a solitary win for Lloyd and Taylor, and Lipscomb and Duff both looking to get off the mark. And the way that the games work out is the players in the same points totals will go toe-to-toe in each of the games. So the 2 leaders will go up against one another. Players in P3 and 4 will go up against one another. And the players in P5 and 6 will go up against one another in round 3. So to a certain extent, by the end of this round of fixtures, we'll kind of know where the land lies as far as the Group A table is concerned. Allen, who took him a couple of legs to settle in, has been ever so good ever since. He's actually won 8 legs in a row. As far as Jimi Hendrix is concerned, well, he's played 9 legs, won 8 of them. And his consistency so far has been something that has struck both myself and Chris Mason. Not just in the scoring department, but the finishing as well. 4 from 9 in his first game, 4 from 8 in the second.
140.
Cracking game up in the offing here.
Well, this is Series 7, yeah. We've already got Reese Robinson into
85.
the Champions Week final. He won Week 1. Conor Heenahan, winner of Week 2. Week 3 was Bradley Roos, of course, beating David Cameron in the final on Saturday.
Series 7. Where's the time gone, Mace? Do you remember when we were sat in that room the first day we moved in here? How times have changed.
$60.
Actually, that first week was the other way round. It was roles reversed. You were presenting, I was giving my opinions.
Wasn't it Series 1 that I played in?
Didn't just play in, you won. Weekly reminder.
Get it in early.
$45. Anthony required 36.
218, Sir Allen.
In
it goes, 14 data, 1-0.
Anthony Allen.
Success for Anthony Allen. Continues.
Same against Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, for Anthony, that's now 9 legs.
9 on the spin.
180.
This is a player who was 22 to 1 to win Group A. And
60.
I looked at all the numbers available to me. Obviously, recall him playing at Lakeside. This is a pleasant surprise to see him
38.
producing.
And as we've been mentioning, it's a level that's attainable. We see players sometimes come in on debut and they'll hit something seismic and you think,
120.
great indication, great start, but how do they then back it up? The big question may not be so far as to what happens with Jimmy for the rest of today, but it'll be what happens on Tuesday and Wednesday.
87.
Yeah, I still stick to what I said at the top of the show. I expect it to be
60.
Scott Taylor, Neil Duff, and Jimi Hendrix in the top half of this table.
$100.
Hendricks 96 to square this game up
57.
at 1 apiece, and he's got
Jimmy
6 darts on here to
96.
do exactly that.
Two eights.
Game
Beautiful.
shown the second leg.
1 apiece.
Jimi Hendrix.
The run of winning legs comes to
Well,
an
it's
end
Anthony to throw first.
for Anthony Allen.
Game on.
It ends at 9. Although, having a look at Anthony's shirt, I wonder what royalties the Scooby-Doo franchise have got towards it. That look on Shaggy's face on the front of the shirt there, that was the look that you got when you saw that you're working with me this week.
96. $100. $180.
Second max of the match. And the third for
43.
Jimi Hendrix in 2 games.
$100.
There's a lot of things that Jimmy's doing right today.
60.
This has been a good game.
Jimmy required
Anthony's average just dips below 90 for the first time. Jimi Hendrix 93.5 and looking at 125 for the break.
Ton left.
$105. Anthony required
So, what's the
164.
planning? Is he up or down? Decided to go up. The traditional triple 20, triple 18 for the bull. Hendrix back for 2
100.
10s to make it
Jimmy
2-1.
required 20.
Has to shuffle across. Wants to move across about an inch, but he's overcompensated.
Anthony required 64.
And Allen is back for 64 to take the front once again. One dart at 2/16s,
48.
doesn't go. And so
Jimmy
Hendrix
required
gets
10.
another opportunity to break.
Game shown the third leg.
Gets it for
Jimi
2-1. The
Hendrix.
break of throw is in. Something that Hendrix needed to
Well,
win this
it's
match.
Jimmy to throw first. Game on. $41. $100.
Jimi Hendrix pulling his socks up, the MVG tactic. Pulled his socks up in the last leg to get the break.
It's all gone wrong so far up until that dart that finds the treble 20.
121. $60.
This leg feels just a little bit stop-start, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that's where Jimmy's game is. Obviously
85.
super talented, but it's that range. It's something we talk about a lot, and it's as you go up through the world rankings and up
25.
into the elite players, their range is very small. They've all got good A games, It's the B game, which can be costly.
58.
That's probably why we see only a select few players going to win more than 1 week here as well. In matter of fact, in the history of the Super Series, there's only been 13 players that have won more than a singular week title. And you think about the amount of weeks that we've had here.
86.
That doesn't count Champions Week wins, because obviously you'd have to win 2 to do that. That's in qualification weeks.
11.
Well, that's why I don't think it was
Jimmy
any
Maguire,
surprise to any
110.
of us that watched Luke Littler's 3 campaigns here at the Super Series and what he's now gone on to do.
There's almost an air of expectation with him. Is there an air of expectation with the 110?
78.
Crazy as the wire of the double 16, but he is going to come back because that 11 for Allen has left himself on a bogey.
60.
To really take
Jimmy
command of
requires
this match.
32. Game
Hendricks
shot on the
is in
fourth
full
leg.
command.
Jimi
He leads
Hendrix.
3-1. A leg
flag
that
gets Anthony
was a
to
bit
throw
bitty at
first.
times. The one that
Game
Allen will
on.
feel like may have got away with him to a certain extent. But he's away in this leg.
121. $96. $85. $140.
Just finding this knack, Jimmy, isn't he? You're just putting together 2 triple visits or visits like that. Just when things are beginning to find itself at a bit of a
100.
stalemate.
Yeah, that's where the timing comes into it. And he's in again, and that's not a bad lie for him.
134.
Rescued the situation very well. The single 18 would have left 167, of course.
49. Jimmy require 131.
Well, this would be a blockbuster way to win the match. His highest finish of the day so far is the 96 that he took out earlier on in this contest.
61. Anthony require 146.
70 if he comes back. The if will be when,
100.
but it's going to be
Jimmy requires
under
70.
oodles of pressure. Should at the very least guarantee himself a dart at the end of this. And he's going to give himself a dart for the match, a double 16.
38.
That target has not
Anthony
given him
requires
much joy today.
46.
Yeah, he's not too far away from it. Seems to be throwing a similar dart. That's a great guide. And
Game
uses
shot
it.
on the 5th leg. Anthony Allen.
Hendricks throws for it.
6th leg is Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Hold here from Hendricks. He will go top, of course. It'll be 3 from 3.
96.
Well, that one treble scores open up the door here for Anthony to take us all the way.
100.
Only had 1 4-3 today. Scott Taylor beat Adam Lipscomb 4-3 in game 2.
Yeah, game of the day so far, that one.
We're going to see Scott next. See how he responds, because it's been a day of two complete compare and contrasting performances.
81.
As a matter of fact, there's 29 points in the average between game 1 and game 2 as far as Scott was concerned.
$85. $41. $99. $60. $42.
Real chance for Hendricks to leave this handy, get it done. Doesn't want to get embroiled into a last leg shootout.
It's kind of akin to a football match where both midfields are on top, and thus all the play's been in the middle of the park and nothing in the final third. It's kind of had a feel of that in this game.
Yeah, it's very patchy, isn't it?
65.
Bit like watching Wycombe Wanderers play.
60. Anthony require 110.
To take us all the way. Treble 18 leads the subsequent double,
74.
which isn't going to be pinned, and so Hendricks 124 for the match.
Yeah, just had the 1 ton plus out so far today. Treble 18 for ball.
The bullseye. And that would have been to have won it in
99.
style.
Anthony required 36.
To take us the distance.
Game
3-3.
shot
We go all the way.
Anthony Allen.
And it will be Allen who has the darts in the decider.
7th and final leg. It's Anthony to throw first. Game on.
I tell you what, he's not been comfortable in this game, has he, Jimmy?
No.
140.
Well, the averages reflect a very nip and tuck match. 82.94 for Allen, 82.47 for Hendricks.
It's a 2 points that's had to be
100.
ground out from the debts, whoever goes on and wins this leg.
$87.
Allen, who has faced match darts in this one.
$100. $100.
That ton there puts Allen in control of this last leg. Take that control and move it the other side, because that is the most timely of maxis for Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah, he's third of the match. The 1-2-1 may have to go because he's left it low. He's left 51.
Jimmy require 121.
And suddenly they're sprinting towards the line, these two. Hendricks leaving a finish after 9. He's going to have to find a treble 17 here. Doesn't go. And so Allen has got darts for the match. For a third consecutive win.
46.
It'd be a dream
Anthony
debut start for Anthony
51.
Allen. Double 16
Game shot
for a
of the
hat-trick
match.
of victories to
Anthony
kickstart
Allen.
his Super Series campaign. Anthony Allen with 3 wins from 3. That one a bit more hard fought against Jimi Hendrix. A 4-3 success, 2 points that both players really had to work hard for. But it is Alan who gets over the line. A 4-3 win for him. Coming up next, we've got the champ in action. Scott Taylor against Nigel Lloyd. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the champ is back in action. Scott Taylor, who has had a defence of the title, which has been a little bit up and down of sorts. Kicked off with 105 average and getting the better of Adam Lipscomb. That average went down by 29 points when he lost out to Anthony Allen. 4-zip, no less, in his previous match. He takes on Nigel Lloyd, who has had a bit of an inflation from Game 1 to Game 2. And no, we are not talking about the cost of living crisis. A 73 average was mixed up with an 86 average. Oh yeah, we do a bit of politics in all. It's Taylor to kick us off.
Two things 97. I don't discuss, politics and religion. So you're on your own there, H.
99.
You wouldn't know about a cost of living crisis anyway with that salary you're on.
60.
What, you get paid? We expected to see a bit of a response from Scott Taylor in this one.
Yes, I certainly think so. He will be furious with the way he played last time out, and you can almost see the aggression.
And he is the type of player that plays better when he's got a bit of a bee in his bonnet.
Absolutely. Some players just need something to motivate them to get the best out of them.
96.
Did you see did you watch the Premier League on Thursday?
Indeed, I don't often get to watch the Premier League, but yes, I did watch Thursday
Did you
night.
see the housery from MVG? It tended to have got missed initially, but
140.
when he hit
Record
the
108.
when he hit the double 12 after Luke Littler had missed the double 12 for the 9.
88.
He did a very
Nigel
similar thing, of course, against
69.
Chisnell a few years ago, didn't he? When he had won 8-1 and Chisnell missed the double 12 for the 9, and he went 60-57 double 12 to leave tops. But he did something similar against Littler on Thursday night, but it
37.
got missed, unfortunately. I'm not sure if the director was aware he was going to go for double 12.
Game shot on the first.
He's got form for that.
Scott
Taylor's
Taylor.
got form for that as well. 1-0, he leads. And I get the little bit of a
Taylor
sense
gets
that
Nigel to throw
with
first.
all the
Game on.
attention that Luke's getting, Michael just wants to just kind of keep him honest and just say, you might be getting the attention now, but you're playing with the big boys here.
96.
And I think if anybody's going to be inspired about other people being spoken about, it's going to be Michael van Gerwen. Playing in Hildesheim this week. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I'm quite surprised actually. I thought he does have that muscle or nerve issue in the right shoulder. I'm surprised he didn't give it a miss, but he's obviously feeling well enough and maybe feels like he needs
140.
to keep on top of things. Littler, of course, has pulled out of that one to get some
59.
much needed home time, probably.
Fact that they've pulled out and he's playing, also if he wins it, does that send a bit of a psychological message going into the further regions of the Premier League?
I'm not
97.
sure those elite players in that Premier League, I don't think psychologically can be triggered or rattled too much. It's good to see Peter Wright win a game. I'm not quite sure how he beat
100.
Gezi Price on Thursday, but nonetheless, good to see him pick up his first win in his Premier League campaign.
Well, it just puts to bed, doesn't
45.
it, all the boo boys and all those talks about is he going to win a game. It just gets him over the line, gets him on the board. Look, who knows what that could spring into life.
Nigel, you require 123.
Sometimes it can just take one performance, and for Scott Taylor today, it's been a case of just one performance. Triple 18.
One swallow doesn't make a summer.
55. Scott, you require 160.
.160 isn't going to go, and so Lloyd is back to square this game up at one
62.
apiece.
Nigel, you require 68.
Gonna get a double 16.
36.
It doesn't go, and so Taylor is
Scott,
back
you
for the
require
break and a
98.
2-0 advantage.
It's a better performance, but still not anywhere near the kind of numbers
96.
he'd want
Nigel,
to be.
require
Oh, he's
32.
left double one. Interesting. Maybe feels like he's not going to get another visit.
Where his head is shaking,
Game shot in the second leg.
and he'll be
Nigel leads.
quaking as well. Lloyd 1-1.
So they get Scott to throw first. Game on. $81.
Yeah, Rice Smart. It's not quite happening for him at the moment.
$59.
It's almost like he just poured everything into that one game and nothing's really come back out as a consequence since.
Well, when you play like that, you think
58.
your initial thoughts, or from the outside looking in, you think, oh, he's playing well. He'll feed off of that, but it does come with a bit of extra pressure, a performance of that level,
41.
because of course, as a player, you want to replicate or better it. And what you find yourself doing is trying that a little bit too
180.
hard, where that performance was almost effortless. And that's the secret. That's the key.
Is it almost fair to say that it's the first time in his career where
57.
all of the eyes have been on him?
Yeah, I think for this week he is He's a very short price favourite. 6-5
85.
to win Group A. Favourite to win the week. And again, that comes with a bit of added pressure.
140.
Every single time he comes back in now, he's going to have that tag of champion. A champion response, a 14 darts, a 97 out. Taylor leads 2-1.
Fourth leg against Nigel to throw first. .44.
Oh my.
60.
So the third clattered into the second, and then the second came back out again.
Not quite as bad as the Gary Anderson one against Taylor, where all three ended up on the floor. And I know who has those darts that
140.
Gary used in that final.
Anybody we know?
Certainly is. Someone currently in my ear.
96.
To be fair, I think there's many voices there, isn't there, mate?
Yep. Every day.
44.
Can't have been anybody famous who got those darts.
He used to own or do a program that would rival Jonathan Ross.
55.
It was Behind the Bar with Paul Starr.
I've heard of him. He's the guy off the telly, isn't he?
It is Mr. Tungsten Time.
59.
He's had more channels than one of those deodorants. Paul Starr, MC of the world scene, as you'll see him
100.
strut his stuff at Viva Blackpool on Saturday.
$140.
Always good company is Mr. Starr. Lloyd
83.
effectively had a two-dart head start, really, didn't he, in this
74.
leg?
Beautiful first start. That's awkward. It's going to have to go high.
42. Scott, you require 107.
This could be a bit of a game changer. Treble 19. Treble 16 for tops.
When he's on it, they're the type
51.
of finishes you kind of expect to go, or at
Nigel,
least
you
he'd
require
scare, but he hasn't
32.
come close in the last couple of games to doing so. And so this, for a level match, but Nigel has had some problems when it's come to the doubling. He can't afford for them to continue.
Game show.
Finds it last start in hand.
Nigel Lloyd.
2-2.
That will be sickening for Scott Taylor.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game
He's
on.
being made to work hard.
No one's had it easy so far.
134.
Well, apart from Anthony Allen, he is sitting pretty at the top of the table.
98. $97.
And he's top of the table with a running average of around about 82.
96.
But as you say, Mace, stats are only a guide.
Records are for DJs.
100.
Do they still play records, or do they do it on the computer?
Well, proper DJs do, don't they? None of this computerized beats per minute stuff. And
100. Scott, you require
All that stuff.
170.
Is there going to be murder on the darts board? Are we going to see a big fish?
145.
The bullseye really would have been a tide turner in this match.
well, I could assure you he's gone for that just to get some confidence and give himself a mental boost.
57. Scott, you require 25.
He's the type of player that's got to feed off of something. Can he feed off the double 12?
Game shot in the fifth.
He
leg.
leads 3-2 and
Scott
exhale a
Taylor.
breath. He is absolutely livid with the way he's playing, but he has found a way to put himself in
Sipper
front.
gets Nigel to throw first. Game on.
By the way, to my 3 resident DJs at the Prince of Wales, apologies regarding not playing vinyl. You're all still very good.
100. $140.
As long as they don't play that Pop World cheesy mix, we're absolutely fine.
140.
Because I've heard that's not your favourite set.
Unfortunately, that's pretty much what it is.
97.
Certainly by 2 of the 3 DJs.
So what are we saying? Blue, 5, busted, McFly.
Correct.
And if we're lucky, a bit of Avril Lavigne.
57.
Big turn this at the board for Scott. If he can find something surmountable, he'll pile the pressure on the Lloyd throw.
85.
He's becoming a little irritated. Totally understand why. He's averaging 11 points more than his opponent here. 92.3, playing 81.4.
84.
You could just see there, he just held in the frustration.
Thought he was going to do a Lloydie. A Colin Lloyd, though.
99. Nigel, we require 120.
Shanghai to stay in the match. He's going to have to climb the ladder. But he drifts wide to the 5, and so Taylor should,
44. Scott,
at the very
require
least, get a match
80.
start at the end of this visit.
Oh, good recovery.
Game shot, man of the match. Scott
And that
Taylor.
is a win for the chap. Scott Taylor, a 4-2 victory against Nigel Lloyd. He gets over the line. A 4-2 victory. A 92 average in the end. He's managed to haul his average up. He beats Nigel Lloyd in a last leg decider. By 4 legs to 2. Let's get into the next match. It's Duff against Lipscomb.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Up next it is Neil Duff against Adam Lipscomb, and Neil Duff desperate to pick up his first win as his opponent. Both these players played 2, lost 2. Certainly not what we expected. Anthony Allen still out in front on top of the table, 3 from 3. Jimi Hendrix on 4 points alongside Scott Taylor after that win against Nigel Lloyd.
First leg, it's
Nigel
Neil
Lloyd
to
sat in
throw first.
P4.
Game
Lipscomb
on.
in 5th. And Neil Duff certainly not where we expected to see him, Henry, at the foot of the table.
No, and it's not just the results, but it's been the performances. And
140.
once again, straight away off the bat, the one thing we can see is a change of equipment once again.
Yeah, I thought it would be imminent.
140.
Yep, and he is back to the Joe Cullen
100.
signature darts.
Can Adam feel a tad bit unlucky to not have picked up anything so
100.
far?
Well, he's certainly played tidy enough, hasn't he? He's averaged 94.86 in a full 3 defeat.
121.
And then 85.7 in a full 2 defeat against Nigel. Certainly not the worst player in this group by far statistically.
It's all about the points. Lipscomb hit a 140 against Scott Taylor, but Duff isn't going to hoist him by that particular
120.
petard.
Adam, 121.
Already a better start from the Duff man. The bull's eye.
81.
But he's left it handy if he comes back.
Yep. Just in case.
But there will
Game's
be
on
no
the
coming
first
back.
leg.
It's a 14
Neil
dart
Duff.
start for Neil Duff. That's more like it for the former WDF World Champ. He leads Adam Lipscomb by a
So
leg
it's
to
Adam
nil.
throw first. $85. $40. $100.
As we mentioned, if Adam makes it through to Saturday, there will be a sea of supporters here in Portsmouth to watch him play.
140.
Watch him in the Wicker Mill pub in Portchester, just up the road from here in
79.
Portsmouth. They have the games on the big screen in the pub.
Sounds good to me. When we going? Oh, we
100.
can.
I'll tell you what, we'll see if there's any afters going on following the session. Pint on us, lads, please.
100.
The only issue is there's not many curry houses in and around
60.
that part of the world.
And we record 137.
Oh, will he think about tops here? He did think about tops.
117. Now we record
We'll return for double 10 if this 161 don't go. But it could go. But not now.
137. Adam, you require 20.
Lipscomb is seemingly bringing the best out of people right now.
No score.
Because Duff has shown no
we
signs of
require
101
24.
average so far today. But that's exactly what he's doing. And if he pins double 12 or double 6, he would have
18.
moved 2 to the good. And maybe
Adam, you
Lipscomb gets
require
the
20.
kind of reprieve that he kind of deserves. But it's all right getting reprieves. You've got to make the most of them.
No score.
And by straying into the double 12, he has made a
Now we
waste of
require
it.
6.
Duff, not one to shirk away from a tricky double.
3.
But pinning it is a
require
different
20.
story. And that may feel like the story of his day. This is the story of Adams, and that second dart was a dart thrown of sheer anger and frustration.
No score.
And that
Neil, you
laid
require
towards a
3.
tricky path to find it with the third.
One.
Well, Duff
Adam,
was
you
averaging
require
101. The missed doubles have dovetailed it down to 93. Lipscomb has seemingly been here forever.
10.
More missed
Neil, you
opportunities.
require 2.
Neil Duff, double one for 2-zip.
Game shot on the second leg.
No
Neil
surprise. He likes top, so it's only a small adjustment. No fear for him
Duff.
going
It's
at double
Neil to
one
throw
there.
first.
Kind of lucky there wasn't a crowd in for that leg because there would have been Olays everywhere.
100. $70.
Well, let's have a look at the players then from a side-on angle.
A bit of movement from Neil, but
45.
it's more of a rhythm thing. Lipscomb, a very languid, relaxed looking throw.
140.
Everything from the elbow.
And for Neil, it's all about the placement of that first dart, which on that
140.
occasion was placed to perfection. Is there a little bit of a similarity between that and the action of Peter Manley of that of Adam Lipscomb?
No.
Whoa!
Max for Duff.
180. Adam, you've got 156.
Double AT for Duff for a 3-0 lead upon his return.
17.
Strong leg this
Neil, you
one.
require 36.
Same area as double one, which he's just hit. Getting closer.
No score.
And then he split the
Adam, you
difference in the
require
middle.
139.
One 3-9 isn't going to go, and so Duff will come back
59. Neil, you require 36.
for a 3-0 lead. He's made hard work of this.
Game shot on the third.
But he's
leg.
free to the good.
Neil Duff. Fourth leg, it's Adam.
It's
to
a
throw
93
first.
average, but those missed darts at double make it not feel to that kind of level of performance.
140. $140. $140.
More like it as he tries to move towards the finishing
140.
line.
$83.
Loose last one. Could be costly.
$60. Adam,
Not
you've got
punished
138.
by Neil Duff. The 1 star on the back of the shirt representing his world title, of course.
60. Neil, you require
Or
161.
maybe the Super Series win.
For the match.
Maybe half a star for the special week win.
137. Adam, you require 78.
Easy. 2 12s,
Game
3 1.
on the
Lipscomb's
fourth
still in the
leg.
contest. He
Adam
forces Duff to serve it out.
Fifth leg, it's Neil to throw
But the
first.
start definitely isn't for wins today, is it?
I think
135.
the vast majority of the players in this group are guilty of just being a bit spelly. Spelly with a P, not
100.
smelly with an M. There's no real consistency by anybody probably excluding the guy
100.
on the top of the table, Anthony Allen, who's pretty much around the 82 mark for the day so far.
100.
But his range is 3 points.
He's doing the right things at the right time, which one famous Dutchman will tell you is the key to success in this game.
140.
Eliminating the mistakes.
You can't afford any of them.
60. Now you require 126.
When he doesn't do that, he's phenomenal.
$86.
Well, ends up on tops anyway. A rise smile.
100.
Tops after 12. Duff has made the push to the line when he needed to.
Game,
And the reigning
showdown,
double trouble
Neil
champion
Duff.
is off the mark. He gets the better of Adam Lipscomb by 4 legs to 1. And as he shook the hand of the referee Owen Binks, it was almost disconsolate, because once again he's had opportunities in a game and he hasn't taken advantage of them. 13 missed darts and a double. Duff, 88-61. It was better than that when you consider the barrage of missed doubles at the midway point of the match. It's a 4-1 win for him. Coming up next, Hendricks-Taylor. Welcome back to the Super Series, where 3 rounds of matches have come and gone here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For the break, Neil Duff got his first win on the board, 4-1 against Adam Lipscomb. Hasn't been vintage from the champ, Scott Taylor, but he's won 2 from 3 so far, beating Nigel Lloyd 4-2 in the middle match of that spell. And Anthony Allen, well, he's the man to beat. He has won all 3 of his games so far, getting the better of Jimi Hendrix in the deciding leg 4-3. So those are the results. Let's see how it culminates in terms of the table. As you can see, Allen in front from Hendricks and Taylor, who picked up 2 wins from 3. They go toe-to-toe in our next match. Lloyd, Duff, Lipscomb, the bottom 3. So, to our 10th game, and it sees the champion, Scott Taylor, in action up against Jimi Hendrix, who for the first couple of games looked quite good. Jimmy actually played quite consistently throughout the course of the day. There's only a point range in terms of the averages in the 3 games. 84, 85, 85 so far in his matches. As for Scott Taylor, well, if you can kind of make up what kind of day he's had so far, they'll probably look you up, because it's quite hard to really assess. 105 followed by a 76.
First leg,
Going back up to a 92.
Game on.
And now it's Jimi Hendrix to get the 10th game of the morning session underway. Or shall we say afternoon session now?
$70.
It's Pro Tour Day today in Hildesheim, and Chris Mason's going to be the Jeff Stelling of darts here at the Super Series.
Yep, certainly will. As the results begin to come in,
81.
I'll update you all so you don't need to go anywhere else.
99.
I can tell you that Dave Chisnell is close to getting a win, but our first winner of the day, Michael Smith, a 6-1 winner over Tom Volters, averaging 94.96.
140.
That field awash with Super Series names of both present and past. Dale Pilgrim up against Damon Hetta sticks out like a sore thumb.
Danny Nopper,
123.
next one through, 6-0 against Martin Dracht with 104.17.
59.
Jimi Hendrix
Jimmy
making
McGuire,
a
87.
strong start here to the tie against Scott Taylor. 20 ball, treble 20 double 5.
62.
The ball isn't pinned, and so Taylor
Scott
does have the
McGuire,
break chance here with 120. Yeah, had to go ball because the lie of the first dart meant he had a complete obscurity
48.
towards the triple 20 bed.
Jimmy McGuire, 25.
And so Hendricks back for 25. And again, Taylor just showing a bit of frustration in the background.
21. Scott, you're required 72.
2 12s.
Game
Pinned.
shot on the first leg. Scott Taylor.
Well, the deflation turns to elation for Scott Taylor.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw
Leads
first.
1-0 with the break in hand.
100.
Well, the fact that he is becoming frustrated tells me that he must not only feel good, but he's probably missing very little in the practice area.
64.
That can happen, and it can happen the other way around. Sometimes you can be in your preparation period and can't hit a thing. You just
140.
don't feel like there's any kind of rhythm to your action. There's little or no accuracy, and then you get on stage and can't miss.
Can you also find yourself chasing a
96.
performance? Sorry, mate.
Yeah, and that's what you've got to resist. I mean, you even see it with some top players who have this. He's another one of these players with a very fluid, relaxed action, and as soon as you engage, we've seen it from Michael Smith in the past, that as soon as you try to throw with a throw like that, you're going to start
60.
engaging
Scott,
muscles
you're
that
McGuire,
you
121.
don't necessarily want to use.
George Trenny would have left double 18, started on the 25s, with Hendricks
65.
all the way back.
Just to confirm, Cullen through to round 2 with a 6-2 win over Matty Denon. Ryan Searle through 6-3 against Owen Bates with 102.11.
81. Scott, you're required 56.
Scott Taylor is resembling a man which is about to really come to the boil. When I say come to the boil, I mean
60.
like a kettle which is about to tick over. He's got time and space in this particular leg to open up a 2-0 lead. He did the job in the first that he needed to do.
42.
And that was to get the break.
Scott, you require 40. Game shot on the second
Pins the
leg.
tops to
Scott
lead
Taylor.
2-0. Almost embarrassed to win the leg in the way that he did.
Taylor gets Jimmy to throw first.
MVG threw 6-4 with a very uninspiring 93 average.
96. $100.
I suppose this would have been one of those days where the players on the Challenge Tour would have... There may have been one or two that may have just gambled a day of annual leave or something like that, where they think, okay, there might be a couple of late pullouts here, and if we're in the vicinity of the area, we could get a call up if our provisional ranking's good enough.
Yeah, well, that's why a fair few players did stay on. The
60.
PDC would have known fairly early, of course, so they'd have gone through the list of players that are next in line, and then obviously fill the slots accordingly.
100.
Bunting through 6-1 against Richie Edhouse. Petrescu through 6-3 against Ricky Evans.
It was a trick that Danny Lauby did last year, where he stayed an extra day in Germany after events.
Well, Fallon did the same thing, didn't she?
Yeah, there's an all Super Series clash here on board 16. Danny Janssen up against Reece Colley. Danny played so well in week 2. Another week you may have felt it was a different fortune. That's a perfect setup from Hendricks. 165 to leave tops after 12 to pull one back.
140.
Dave Chisnell through 6-1 against Mirror of King. 102.65.
It's double 10.
Doesn't want to be giving Taylor a go at 78.
35.
Already seen him take out 72 in
Scott
2.
requires 78.
And this is the type of finish, if he pins a treble first dart, there may be no way back. It's going to be one dart. Only needs the
shot on
one.
the third
Perfectly
leg.
pinned to the middle of the
Scott
top's
Taylor.
bed. And Taylor's got the double break. He's free up and throwing for the match.
Full flag, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $100. $100.
Talking about a Super Series matchup, Reece Griffin, who we saw here last year, won his tour card, takes on Connor Scott. I still see Connor Scott in a draw and don't see himself as a associate qualifier. I still think of him as a
140.
tour card holder in his own right. We are going to see Connor Scott here at the Super Series very, very soon.
60.
A little bit of a tease for you.
$43.
I think he's a player that we expect to win a week, don't we, at some point this year, Connor Scott?
Yeah, for sure. Certainly has the talent and ability.
Hendricks showing his ability.
140.
It's been a little bit more in spurts rather than consistently in this particular encounter. Taylor tiptoeing towards the line.
100.
If Taylor wins this 4-0, Hendricks would have lost each of the last 7 legs that he played because he lost the last 3 against Anthony Allen. He led 3-1 in that game, and Taylor has
43. Scott, you're recording 100.
pretty much had his number in this game, and he may have his number here if he can find the 118 to complete it with a ton topper. Tops.
98. Jimmy recording 158.
Gary Anderson through 6-3 against Mickey Mansell with a 101.73. Johnny Clayton through 6-1 against Ryan Meikle.
134.
Beautiful
Scott,
setup
you're recording
shot.
20.
But will it be in vain?
No
No,
score.
it won't. Hendricks will get a
Jimmy requires
chance.
24.
Absolutely raging is Scott Taylor. Multiple darts for 4-0.
Game shot on the
He's
fourth.
going to have to
edge.
come
Jimi
back
Hendricks.
and go again. That's a break of throw for Jimmy. Still
Fifth leg, it's Jimmy to throw
massive
first.
amounts of
Game
work
on.
to do from this position, of course.
Horse throw here makes it 3-2.
100.
Suddenly the pressure will be on the Taylor throw in the next to get the job done.
Friend of the Super Series, Daryl Pilgrim, 5-4 up on Damon Heta, 1 leg away.
134.
Be a big scalp for Mr. P.
Well, it's gone to a decider, 5-5. Barry Van
60.
Peer getting the better of Josh Rock, who's in different season. Continues.
46.
Is that a little bit of a crossroads moment at the minute, Josh Rock?
Yeah, feels that way, doesn't it? I think the expectation levels, you know, he was going into major championships as
134.
one of the 5 favourites. I think that weighed heavily on his young shoulders.
93.
Because I can imagine that it's very easy to, even as hard as you try, to fall into that trap that the hype and something like that can bring.
Yeah, well, I've actually been favourite to win a world title, believe it or not. And it is a different feeling completely. I
54.
hasten to add it was a world championship that Phil Taylor wasn't involved in because it was back in the BDO days of the late 90s.
180.
I beat
Jimmy McCormick,
Barneveld in
154.
round 1 and then went favourite for the title and then went short of favourite after beating Fordham.
$97. Scott, you require
For the match, 48 for the champ, the favourite.
28.
Wait, half of those puncher marks on the double
Jimmy
tenner from
require
Scott Taylor's
56.
darts. Hendry's been given another opportunity, another stay of execution. Just about finds a way up to tops. But that lagged low.
36.
And so Taylor is back
Scotland
for double
requires
10
20.
for a 4-1 win. And in the end, Taylor gets over the line. He is still bitterly frustrated with the way that he's playing. However, the crucial thing for Scott Taylor is he is accruing the wins. 3 of them now for the defending champion. Average in the 90s, 4th and 12, but you get the sense that he has got so many more gears to go. So the champ with a win over Hendricks by 4 legs to 1. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the reigning, defending champion, Scott Taylor, got victory before the break. Next up, Adam Lipscomb and Anthony Allen going toe-to-toe. You could say it's a case of Adam and the Ant for Game 11 of our day. But who is going to stand and deliver? I'm not going to carry on down that train of thought. Well, having a look at what the bookies think about this one. They have Lipscomb out the 4-5 favourite and the Allen 10-11, but is that really a representative price based on what we've seen so far today?
It's a tough call, this one, because
60.
Anthony Allen will be playing with some serious amount of confidence. He will feel unstoppable right now.
140.
Whilst Adam will have that feeling of why is it not gone to plan so far today?
Yeah, why me?
He was the man on the receiving end of that 105 from Scott in the second game of the day. And then you look at the averages he's had against him elsewhere. Nigel Lloyd played his best game against him in game 6, and then Duff came to the party. It was an 88-61 for Duff, but that was because of one leg where he really did bodge a few doubles. Other than that, a really good performance from the former WDF World Champion. The inaugural WDF World Champion, of course. And one thing which will always be a stat is the first ever game in a WDF World Championship featured two people we know very well here, Martin Adams and Jared Cole. Remember that day very well. Jared had to stay for like another 5 hours to do press interviews because he knocked Martin out of the tournament.
100. Anthony Racoy, 120.
120 for Allen. Looking to climb the ladder. To the top rung. Leg one. Perfectly done.
Anthony Allen.
1-0 to Allen with the break.
So gets Anthony to throw first. Game on.
I don't know who spent longer in interviews though, Jared or Martin, because Phil managed to collar him for a chat, and you know what happens when them two talk. It isn't a short time between one another, is it? $140. That's actually the day I first met Nico. And the rest is history, as they say.
42.
Sure he remembers it well.
Day you'd wish to forget.
140.
Well, not for the first time today. Adam Lipscomb's walking into another very solid performance.
55.
Lipscomb averaging 103. I need Allen 102 right now. Well, it's not going to be 102 after this visit.
24.
He's himself on a finish, but he knows it should have been so much more.
Treble 18 is the shot, and it's found to leave 32.
160.
To instantly get the break back. That wasn't a million miles away either.
140.
Pressure
32.
piled on this 32. There has been one criticism labelled at Adam Lipscomb. It has been missed doubles.
16.
And we can add that point again here.
20.
Yeah, the trend continues. And when you do have a day of missing doubles, you tend to go through that session
Game shot
missing a hatful.
Anthony Allen.
Not so for Anthony Allen. He finds himself 2-0 to the good.
Averaging Adam to throw first.
T3.94. Lipscomb himself averaging well into the 90s.
100.
Although, can someone put a plaster on the outside of the double 10? Because that has been well beaten today.
59. 83.
Has been a day of missed doubles, hasn't it, Mace?
Yes, for a host of players. And it can happen on day one, of
60.
course. Especially for the newbies.
3 debutants in the field today. Anthony, of course, one of them.
40.
Alongside the 2 ADC European players in Jimi Hendrix and Nigel Lloyd.
Yeah, it won't affect the likes of Jimi Hendrix, who's well experienced in playing under the lights, of course.
We're going to see a big name debutant later on in the week in Devon Peterson.
42.
Not too many stages he hasn't played on.
If he qualifies for Saturday, there will be a big crowd here in Portsmouth.
102.
Very popular still on the exhibition circuit.
Yeah, I'm doing one with him in Blackpool the night before the World Match Play gets underway.
Adam, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg.
Lipscomb brings it back to 2-1. That was almost a celebration, brought out of frustration.
Fourth leg, it's Anthony to throw first. Game on.
Fair to say that baby boy has had his teething issues today.
$100. $100. $43.
Of course, Challenge Tour weekend last weekend, and
100.
the big story, Noelin van Leuven picking up a title. Real breakthrough for the sport, Noelin. I'm the first female player to pick up a Challenge Tour title.
140.
Played superbly well as well to pick that title up. And a double for Andy
85.
Bolton as well. Back to back on the same day is some achievement, and Andy did exactly that on Saturday.
Yeah, that is remarkable with
92.
the field of players in those Challenge Tours and the stamina required to compete
100.
over
Anthony
the
require
whole day
126.
in 2 different events.
Well, if there's a player built for that, I think Andy Bolton is one of them.
86.
Yeah,
Adam
currently
require
sitting in
160.
second place now on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
I must say as well, congratulations to Lee Cox for winning.
Yeah, another Super
76.
Series regular.
Anthony require 40.
That will do him or give him a real boost of much needed confidence.
Well, it's been there, hasn't it? But he hasn't
20.
been able to show
Anthony
it
require 40.
as much as he would like to. I think the last time he was here a couple of weeks ago, I think he put a bit too much pressure on himself to succeed.
Game shot on the
Lipscomb
fourth
breaks,
leg.
levels at
Adam
2-2. Well, the halfway point of this
There gets
game is
Adam to throw
2-2.
first. Game
It
on.
feels like a fair reflection, but I don't know how we've got there.
140. $140.
This game ticking along quite nicely as Lipscomb piles in a max.
180.
And to come back from 2-0 down to put himself in front 3-2.
60.
It's absolutely flying right now.
105.
76 after 9, a possible 11 dart leg to move within 1 leg of
41.
picking up a
We require
much needed
76.
2 points.
Tops.
56.
Tracks below, but he is going to have the luxury of time. One of the advantages of having local players is we get to see a little bit more of them when we're based here in Portsmouth. I watched Adam and Chaz play at a tournament a few weeks ago, and they were both in top form. Fives.
Game
Pinned,
shot on the
3-2.
fifth leg.
Yeah,
Adam
because last year Chaz had a bit of a dip, didn't he? But the
Sickberg, it's Anthony to throw first.
Dart jungle drums
on.
have been telling me he's back to somewhere near his best, so it'll be great to see him on Thursday. Great player to watch and
100.
commentate on. There's such a great rhythm and speed to his games.
60.
Power scoring as well at times is. I bet as a player in the background, you're in Chaz is in full flow, you're expecting minimum 2 trebles every go.
100.
I should imagine playing him. That's what it feels like.
60.
Did you play Chaz at the Champions Week?
No, I don't think I did. Not that I can recall.
57.
I've been told that you two are in different groups, so that wouldn't have been the case. Obviously, you made it through to Saturday. Chaz didn't. If it wasn't for that bullseye from Conan Whitehead, we could have been talking about a completely different story.
$78.
Could have been Series 1 Chris Mason. And we would never have heard the end of it.
I'd have only mentioned it
62.
once a day. Well, this one looking likely to go to a last legger. Not something you want to have when you're pointless.
59.
You want to get over the line as quick as possible.
You don't want any dramas, but the drama may be about to begin.
41. Anthony
Did that
Raquel,
kind of sum up where
107.
Adam's head was at right there? Double 18 for a ton top and sends all the
71.
way. He is going to come back for 3 more at that target. And Adam looks like he's resigned to the fact that we are going to go all the
47.
way.
Anthony Raquel, 36.
He's had a stinker right at the wrong time.
No score.
Although,
Adam Raquel,
This would be some way to-
146.
to pick up your first win.
But this would be a twist in the tail. But the 146 isn't going to go, and so we
58.
could well be on the cusp of another
Anthony
last
Raquel,
leg decider.
36.
Double 18. 2 9s. 3
James
3.
on
We
the
go
sick
all
flag.
the way.
Anthony Allen.
Adam does have
7
the
from
insurance
final leg. It's Adam
of
to
throwing
throw
first in the deciding
Game
leg,
on.
but needs to use it.
57.
Remember the situation. Allen yet to lose, Lipscomb yet to win. How do these two imposters meet in the middle as we go all the way to a
80.
last leg decider? And if there's ever a bad time for a bounce out, it is right there, right now. Well, Lipscomb got a little bit of luck and he has
123.
ran with it at that last visit.
$100.
One thing Anthony's been really good at today is knowing when to put the foot down. Hasn't always had to be
45.
vintage, but when it's mattered or when it's a leg that's mattered, he's either won that leg or not been too far away.
100.
Prime example with that 140 visit, piling pressure on the shoulders of Adam Lipscomb.
45.
And there's the result, just 45. So Alan now has the darts.
He's forced the mistake, and now he's the favourite to win the match. He's stolen the darts,
100.
and he's going to leave a finish after 12 darts. Lipscomb can only set up from here and hope the 1-2-1 doesn't go. That's some way to set up.
180. Anthony Raquel,
And suddenly the
121.
complexion of this deciding leg changes. From favourite, this is must go. It's a dart of the bull.
96.
And Adam Lipscomb
Raquel,
has waited
51.
all day for an opportunity like this. An opportunity to pick up a win.
11.
But the opportunity has come and it's gone.
Anthony Raquel, 25.
To extend his lead at the top of the table. But he's
No
busted, he's hit the
score.
treble. Can you believe it?
Adam Raquel, 40.
beyond belief. And now Lipscomb can step in. And finally get the win. And look at the relief on Baby Boy's face as he gets over the line against Anthony Allen in the last leg decided by 4 legs to 3. Allen had bust the 25 with the first start as he approached the match-winning opportunity. But Lipscomb is finally in the winner's enclosure. He gets over the line. He beats Anthony Allen by 4 legs to 3. And so we're going to take a break. Next up, Lloyd Duff. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Adam Lipscomb got his first win on the board, getting the better of Anthony Allen by 4 legs to 3. So, Lipscomb finally on the board. Neil Duff got on the board last time out against Lipscomb, but what can he do here against Nigel Lloyd, who himself has picked up a solitary win on his first day salvo here at the MODUS Super Series? Well, it's the Northern Irishman up against the Irish Fighter in our 12th game of the session.
First leg, it's Nigel to throw first.
Is it going to be Lloyd? Is it going to be
Game on.
Duff? We're about to find out. Of course, Ireland winners of the Six Nations Rugby Championship at the weekend. I think France finished second, didn't they? They beat England, didn't they, in the end on Saturday?
45.
They only won the Six Nations. Didn't win the Grand Slam because England beat them the week before in the Six Nations. Great sporting weekend. It also was here. Got to send our congratulations to Championship
96.
Coventry for getting through to the semi-finals. The FA Cup.
Some game that was, wasn't it?
Oh. Amazing to think that's Clive Tilsley's last ever FA Cup tie on commentary. Great seven he's been to ITV over the years. Yeah, Coventry through. They play Manchester
58.
United in the semi-finals. They beat Liverpool 4-3 after extra time yesterday. Ahmed Diallo scoring and then getting sent off. Second yellow card for
60.
taking his shirt off in celebration at Old Trafford. Manchester City will take on Chelsea at Wembley.
93.
Man City's going to walk it in there.
You felt Liverpool were the one big obstacle in the way.
140.
At least the
Now we
league's a bit exciting.
154.
Yeah, City Arsenal in a couple of weeks when the international break ends.
Aren't England playing Brazil on Saturday?
Indeed they are. And I'm going to watch them next
140.
Tuesday
Now we
against
have
Belgium at Wembley.
156.
What, you're going?
I'm at Wembley, yes.
So using your pool in the world of broadcasting and journalism,
Nigel require
Henry?
40.
Well, you know, there's certain perks to have worked in football in the past and getting FA memberships and things.
Game
Oh,
shown
he's
the
cleared that
first
off the
leg.
barrel superbly.
Nigel
Lloyd Lynn's 1-0.
The big question, are Brazil any good anymore?
Second
Are
leg,
they-
it's Neil to throw first.
Well, they've got a good squad of players, but it's a squad of players as opposed to a team. That would be the big issue as far as they're concerned.
100.
Well, usually we talk about Brazil and we talk about strikers, don't we? But they have two of the best goalkeepers on the planet in Edison and
100.
Alisson.
I once did an after dinner on the top table with Pele. Have I told you that?
60.
Oh, do tell more.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Especially for someone who doesn't know anything about football. Slightly embarrassing. Hiya, mate. What do you do?
59.
And he's tiny. Or was, God rest his soul.
$100.
I think it was the same night. It was Anthony Joshua was there, and it's two quite different pictures. Me next to Pele, and then one with Anthony Joshua, who made me look about as big as Pele.
60. $140.
Well, Duff leaving 1-1 after 12. It's not going to be the textbook red pen leg, but he could get it done in 15 to square this game up at one apiece.
96. Now we require 101.
That leaves 44. Pick your double. It's tops.
Game shot in the second
Perfectly
leg.
pinned,
Neil
1-1.
Duff.
Yeah, very clinical leg from Duff. 15 darter.
The leg, it's Nigel to throw first. Game on.
Slowly but surely, he's just beginning to build up a head of steam, isn't he, Neil Duff?
Yeah, it's what we predicted because we've seen it so many times from him that he just
140.
doesn't get out of the blocks, but he also doesn't get frustrated about it. It's almost like, it's okay, I'll play myself into form.
55.
Well, I'll never forget that WDF World Championship quarter-final he had with Jim McEwen where...
3-0 down, wasn't he?
Well, 3-0 down, and I think he was 2-0 down in legs in the fourth as well. The game was all over
58.
by the winning double going in, but he just had this inner determination and spirit to claw his way back. And from that point onwards, really, there was no stopping him in that tournament.
60.
It also happened to Jim at the last seniors event against Kevin Painter, wasn't it? He was absolutely irresistible in the early stages. He
99.
was 7 legs up and averaging in excess of 107. He won the first
85.
2 sets 3-0 and then was 1-0 up in set 3, and then it all went a little bit wrong, and it sort of was on the back of that incredible checkout from Kevin Painter, wasn't it? 60 double top, double top.
Well, that game was a dictionary definition of why set play is a completely different horse for course.
70.
If that's in match play, leg play, Painter's probably on the canvas. But you've always got a chance in set play. But it's leg play that we play here at the Super Series.
No score.
And Nigel Lloyd has bust the 64. He is going to come back with Duff all the way back on 2-2-3. Not really made much of an inroad in this leg against the darts as the world champion, which won his
97.
title over the set play
Nigel
format.
requires 64.
2 8s. This time, different
Game's on
result.
the third
This time, a
leg.
more positive
Nigel
result.
Lloyd.
And Nigel Lloyd leads 2-1,
Fourth leg, it's Neil to throw
averaging
first.
85-89 to take himself to the halfway point of victory.
140.
If I was to tell you what a game or what a solid game would look like, you'd say probably an 85 average and 33% of the doubles.
Yeah, that's a more than
60.
decent enough standard at this level.
And that is exactly what Nigel Lloyd is ascertaining here.
45.
Got very little backswing.
96.
Almost. The forearms are almost vertical, and there's just a small pause and then a very slight pullback, and then the
100.
dart's punched in. We'll have a look from this angle. That kind of action is always a concern to me, because if there's, it's very yippy. I'm not going to use
140.
the D word. Don't like to mention it.
When you actually look at the grip of the barrel, it's towards the back of it.
Yeah, and he has quite an unusual grip.
Now he requires 76.
Duff himself throws from the back of the barrel. Just the
36.
forefinger and the side of the thumb are engaged on the dart itself.
98. Now we require 40.
Tots a 2-2 and a
Game's
level
on the
game we
fourth
have.
leg.
16
Neil Duff.
darter for Neil Duff, and we're kind of getting to the point of the day where the players are becoming harder and harder to separate.
It's Nigel to throw first. Game on.
I think there was a train of thought this morning where Scott Taylor and Neil Duff would be the two players that would be head and shoulders above the red. And I know it's
96.
only day one, but we're beginning to get the feeling that they're not going to get it all their own way. Maybe this league table is a bit tighter than we'd originally thought and expected.
180.
Yeah, Scott Taylor was 6-5 to win the group, then 9-4 about Jimi Hendrix, 7-2
59.
Neil Duff, and then there's a big gap to the rest, 10-1 for Adam Lipscomb, Anthony Allen 22-1, and Nigel 28-1.
140.
Is Duff making the kick at the right time? Squared the game up at 2-2, and a good leg here against the...
Yeah, this is the time to break, Henry,
80.
isn't it? At 2-2 when you're against the darts.
And he is making inroads. His average, by the way, has gone up to in excess of 93.
124.
And it's on for a potential 11 dart break here to move 3-2 up. And as Mace rightly said, he'd then serve for the match.
58. Now he
And
requires
Nigel has
57.
no way of response in this leg. There's no right of reply.
Well, why it's a great time to break is because of the added pressure in
47.
throwing to save the match.
But could that move on the inside of the double 10 be costly? Because Lloyd is beginning to make some headroom and leaves himself on a double.
Game shot.
Not a
Beautiful
flat.
dart. Beautiful
Neil
dart
Duff.
under big pressure from a great max by Nigel Lloyd. He has a
Sixth leg, it's Neil to throw
a
first.
smile. He probably would have been thinking, I wonder if that's enough just to put him off his stride.
100.
But this is what great champions do. And this is what Neil Duff is beginning to emerge himself as. when in the doldrums you just find something when it matters. That was a 13 darter when it really counted against the throw. But this is a real good response from Nigel Lloyd.
Well, his last 2 visits in the scoring phase have both been maxes.
81.
Can you make it 3 in a row? And then things will get very interesting. Say no more.
60.
It's okay, though. Nibbling away at the advantage of throw, but that's now cancelled that. Would love another treble.
100.
Doesn't get one.
What Lloyd would give for a 2 treble turnabout now.
Still very much in this leg. Only 41 points adrift.
55.
So Duff 6 for the match from 220, and he is making significant inroads.
135.
Yeah, just lost the line. Bit of shoulder in dart 3, sending it into the treble 5.
That 140 has put oodles of pressure on this 85 for the match.
20 ball.
The ball to win it.
60.
66
Nigel
to save it.
66.
What a good year that was.
Double 18 to take us all the way. That went inside. Double 9.
Game
Pinned. And we go all the way
Nigel
again.
Lloyd.
Lovely finish under
7
extreme
from
pressure.
final leg, it's Nigel to throw first. Game on.
I think one thing we're learning very quickly about Nigel Lloyd is he's got some when he's put under pressure and he's tested.
46.
Yeah, listen, I didn't really have any expectations, didn't know too much about him. Didn't know how he would
60.
feel playing in this environment, but there's plenty to like, that's for sure.
And we've seen it before from, well, a couple of weeks ago. Darren Armstrong, a real good example of a player that
72.
just came on this stage and felt really at home and played in excess of some of the numbers that we've seen in qualification.
100.
I always think of the big example of that being David Davis, and he's now gone from strength to strength.
Yeah, came in via the ADC route, didn't he?
85.
Impressed first time round, came back, and he's been an ever-present ever since. I believe, having a scour through social media, that he's got a brand new mascot, Tallulah, which is basically a toy that he bought from a fast food restaurant at the weekend, which apparently he's bought in better luck. Who said darts players ain't superstitious?
100.
Neil Duff has a superstition where he has to keep a certain amount of change in his pocket.
Is that right?
I can't remember the exact amount, but he has to keep an exact amount of
Job
change
for the afternoon for you.
100.
in his pocket when he plays.
Wonder if it's £1.80.
It could be a 1-for-1 for the match. It doesn't go.
109.
Oh, great recovery on dart 3 to leave 32.
98 for the match. And for Nigel Lloyd, his second victory of the day. Look for the treble 18, doesn't get it. And so
58.
Neil Duff, after
Nearly
what has been a
required 32.
torrid start to the day, he lost his first 2. But now it's 2 on the bounce for the Duff man.
Neil Duff.
As Neil Duff gets the better of Nigel Lloyd in a last leg decider. 4-3, Neil Duff, the victor there. And he is beginning to build up a head of steam. That average in excess of 90. He is improving as the day went along. As for Nigel Lloyd, well, It felt like maybe opportunity missed when he took it all the way, but Duff the victor in that particular match. Right, we're heading to the final round of fixtures now with Lipscomb and Hendricks coming up next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 4 out of 5 rounds for the day have been completed. Scott Taylor getting the better of Jimi Hendrix, Adam Lipscomb beating Anthony Allen, and Neil Duff before the break beating Nigel Lloyd in the 4th round of fixtures. So Neil Duff, 2 wins out of his last 2 after losing his first 2. As for Scott Taylor, he finds himself joint top of the pile, and that's despite not playing at his best. But Anthony Allen, the debutant, is top of the pile, having won 3 out of 4 so far today, and he only lost that game against Adam Lipscomb by the solitary leg in the last. So he has had a debut to remember. As we head into the final round of fixtures for the day, Jimi Hendrix is another player who's had a real good debut as he ties his laces up ahead of his last battle of the day against Adam Lipscomb, and hoping to tie up a good day as far as he's concerned. If he can come out the other side of today with 3 wins and 2 defeats and 6 points to his name, he'll very much feel like he's in the week.
Well, yeah, a win here against Lipscomb, and he will be joint top, of course. If he has a big win, he will go top, maybe just briefly, but we were speaking about Duff a little earlier when he was pointless. Well, he's now in joint second because he's on 4 points for Jimi Hendrix. So it could be a strong end to the day, but Neil Duff will be playing Scott Taylor in the match to follow this one, and then it'll be Anthony Allen against Nigel Lloyd. As promised, to keep you up to speed with the goings-on in Players' Championship 5. Wins for Cammy Menzies against Schindler. Danny Hansen getting the better of Reece Colley with a 100 average. George Killington beating Kim Iber at 6-5. Chris Lamont winning against Robbie John Rodriguez 6-3. James Wade a 6-3 winner. Dylan Slevin winning 6-5.
60.
Scott Williams a 6-2 winner over Luke Woodhouse. Connor Scott getting the win against Rhys Griffin. Ronnie Hybrids getting the win against
100.
Jeffrey de Graaf. Souter, 6-5 winner over Robert Owen. Peter Wright winning 6-4 against Adam Gavlas with an 84 average. Leighton Bennett with a 95 average, 6-5 winner over Rasma.
100. Adam, you reckon 161.
Nick Kenny picking up a win against the Italian, Michel Toretta.
Game shot the first leg.
And that
Adam Lipscomb.
was absolutely superb. He went down to go up and then found a way in. It's a 161 for
Jimmy to
Lipscomb,
go first.
and we have lift off. How rude of him to interrupt your updates.
Calm down, Adam.
96.
Doing my best Jeff Stelling impersonation.
It's been a 161, but for who, Chris Mason?
140.
Was there? I was actually on the show with Jeff not too long ago on
83.
Talk Sport. Does the morning show over there, of course. We were reminiscing, of course. Jeff was a massive part of the
140.
growth of our sport back in the 90s. Great guy, great company.
He's currently on tour at the
58.
minute, and I was very lucky to go along and watch one of his shows. And I tell you now, if you can get to one of those, it really was a real good night.
60.
Paul Merson was there, Magic Merce. That was a good night. Some of the stories definitely ain't repeatable. But look what Adam Lipscomb's left again.
$80. Adam, you reckon 161.
Well, doesn't need to go for it. Oh, hello.
75.
Well, that would have been incredible. And what we would have done is we just would have overlaid the commentary of that twice just to save our blushes.
100. Adam, you reckon 86.
Well, he's already pinned the bull in this match, and he's not going to find it a
52.
second time. And the ball's high.
Jimmy, you reckon 84.
Is what Jimmy may end up on here.
Still could.
Crack of the bull.
59. Adam, you reckon 34. Game shot on the second.
Straight at the
leg.
double 17,
Adam
straight in.
Lipscomb.
2-0 Lipscomb with a break.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Adam Lipscomb's averaging 107.36 before this turn. 2 out of 3 on the doubles.
67.
This is the best we've seen Adam Lipscomb play. There's no ifs and buts about it.
58.
The irony is, his worst performance was in the game that he ended up winning.
140.
But I suppose isn't that sod's law?
$140. 100. $87.
Lipscomb averaging in excess of 106. So one missed he had of the double was actually at the bullseye, so we can compensate him that.
60.
And Hendricks just kind of plateauing at the level that he's been at pretty much all day.
$58. And a miracle 134.
134 for 3-0. I was looking for 54 tops there.
$54. Jimmy record 158.
So 158 for Hendricks to get the break. Not going to go. So Lipscomb opportunity for a 3-0 lead. Wouldn't be surprised if he went straight for tops to the first dart here.
96. Adam, you require 80.
Double 10.
70. Jimmy requires 62.
To return the game to throw. Double 16. Now double 8. Doesn't
54.
go. And so Lipscomb for
Adam, you
3-0.
require 10.
Double 5. 2 2s.
8. Jimmy, you require
And the
8.
doubles coming back to haunt Adam Lipscomb.
Oh, I've all been hearing a leg, both on double 1.
Game shot.
But
on the
Hendricks
third.
pins it.
Jimmy
Don't
Hendricks.
apologise, man.
You mentioned Sod's Law.
Full
Do you know-
flag,
do
it's
you know where that-
Jimmy to throw first.
Do you know where it comes from, Sod's Law?
Enlighten me.
Well,
Game
they
on.
believe from the phrase "unlucky sod," because it's obviously the phrase is effectively what can go wrong, will go wrong. In America, of course, they use Murphy's Law.
140.
Don't quite know how or why that works, but
140.
What does Chris Murphy have to do with it?
$80.
a lot of
95.
movement in the air of the dart of Adam before it gets into its pure aerodynamic phase. A lot less weep and wibble from the
50.
dart of Jimi Hendrix.
$128.
The man's got to be a little bit careful here because this was a game he was in full command of. Had darts to go 3-0 up in, and it could very quickly, in the blink of an eye, that lead that he'd built up in a crew could just siphon away from him.
96. Adam Ivac 138.
Well, he's already had a 161. Could he add a 138 to the collection? Not on this occasion.
98. Jimmy require 135.
Hendricks will begin on the ball for this.
$85 left. Oh, would have been double 14. He fancied that.
94. Adam require 40.
Lipscomb left tops after
Game
12
shot
for the
on the
break.
fullback.
He finds it in
Adam
13 and he leads 3-1. And now throws for the match. Walks straight back down the hockey.
Fifth leg, it's Adam.
Just
to throw
telling his opponent, yeah, I'm broken you and I'm going to throw to beat you.
60.
All round it, but couldn't find the red bit.
$100. $41. $190.
You much of a Jimi Hendrix fan, Henry? The guitarist.
I was going to say, don't try and break my walls of impartiality
60.
here. I know the name. I wouldn't know much about the music, unfortunately. A bit before my time.
$50.
I feel like I've wasted all the content now I've said that.
100.
It's okay, mate.
Shall we ask it again? Yes, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
Good man.
$140. $140. Jimmy,
Well, that
point
top 40 there
92.
leaves Lipscomb on a 2-darter to win the match. Hendricks on a 2-darter to save the match. And it would be for a break.
Went for the 2 double 18s.
38.
Right
Adam
on the
Miller,
outside
100.
wire. Macy, 2 tops incoming.
He's found the first. He's found the second to win it in ton-topping style. A superb performance from Adam Lipscomb. He is putting performance after performance, but the results never yielded right until the very end. A 93.86, 2-ton plus checkouts. It started with a 161, it ended with a ton, and it ends with Lipscomb the victor over Jimi Hendrix by 4 legs to 1. 2 more games to go. It's the heavyweight clash next as Duff takes on Taylor. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. That man there is Neil Duff. He's our reigning double start champion here at the MODUS Super Series. That man there is Scott Taylor. He's the champion here. I'm trying to get the words mixed up. It's Duff and Taylor, our penultimate game.
You're all right there, pal. Just hang on. Just stop. A little deep breath. All right, now calm down and go.
Right, game 14 of our day. Scott Taylor
First
up
leg,
against
it's
Neil Duff.
to throw
How
first.
can you get such a good game
Game
like
on.
oh my God.
You okay, hun? DM me.
You can tell I've had a week
60.
off, can't you?
$58.
How can you mess up such a good name like Taylor as well?
43.
Anyway, let's have a chat about both players' days, because I feel like both players, even though they could end up at the higher echelons of the table, will
78.
both be disappointed with their levels of play at times.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. We've seen
100.
them play in peaks and troughs, haven't we? Not so much Neil, but certainly this man, Scott Taylor, who
134.
started off with that spectacular 105. It should have been. Actually, had he taken out a shot a little earlier, it would have been in excess of 110.
60.
But he missed both double 18 and double 9. And off the back of that, he averaged 76.35, and then he steadied the ship, 92.12, followed by a 91. Now Neil, 72.62,
83.
76.68, 88.61, 90.84. So that steady progression we mentioned after match one is there for all to see.
Well, it's not going to be a rip roarer for Duff, and so Taylor back for the break. Tops to get it.
40. Game shot on the first
Tops is
set.
found, and
Scott
Taylor gets the break. There's still a shake of the head, but
Second leg, it's Scott to
despite
throw
having
first.
that
Game.
real poor performance in the middle, he can still come out of it with 4 wins out of 5. And if you took that one performance out of it, the average for the day would be very, very good.
48. $45. $100.
I think if Scott Taylor can get out of today
140.
with 8 points, he'll be fairly happy. Just the one defeat.
125.
You get the sense of going into day 2 and 3 is going to be incredibly hard to beat as well, because he's going to play better tomorrow. You just get the sense.
100.
I think tomorrow you're going to see a Scott Taylor bee in his bonnet. And as we mentioned, if Scott Taylor's got that bee in his bonnet,
58.
he plays good stuff. He's one of those players that if he can get himself psyched up to a particular mode, he goes places and goes through gears.
60. Scott, you require 170.
The fish. Not to be this time, and so Duff back for 156.
48.
And it hasn't really mopped it up
Well,
either.
that's a bit
156.
unfortunate, that. Let's change the look of this leg.
$100. Scott, you require 122.
1-2-2 for 2-0. Duff staring down the door of a break. But it's double 7,
108.
which comes and goes, and Duff comes back. He'll get a couple at tops. Well, he should have had a couple at tops. He's only going to get the one dart at the top of the board.
60.
How costly
Scott, you require 40.
will that be if Scott Taylor can
Game
find
shot on
double
the
7,
second
which he
leg.
does.
Scott Taylor.
What's it we say so many times in this commentary box, mate,
Well,
about
it's Neil
players
to throw
of
first.
Scott Taylor's calibre? Keep him down to the floor when you can. This group haven't been able to do so, and I think they might get punished for doing so tomorrow on Wednesday.
100.
Well, we've certainly seen evidence that he's in good nick.
81.
I just think with day one, you just got to navigate yourself through the group as best you can, and then
140.
Tuesday, Wednesday, really give it a big push. At worst, he's going to be
100.
joint top overnight. And then tomorrow, I expect him to really start to stretch his legs and try and gap the field.
140.
It really wouldn't surprise me if he went through the card tomorrow.
Well, if you look at his nearest rival
180. Neil, you're 121.
in Anthony Allen, he's missed a big 11. Oh, and then the 13. Yeah, his best average of the day is 84.
Duss missed 3 big numbers in 2 legs. Scott Taylor could come in with a double 10 for the 140.
120.
He had a hit against him earlier against Adam
147.
Lipscomb, and he nearly found one of his own there. And it would have been for the double break.
Should be in.
27. Scott, you require 20.
Underthrown dart.
For 3-0, but this double 10 has not been kind to Scott Taylor all day at all.
No score.
And that trend continues there.
Neil, you require 20.
How's Neil Duff on double 10? We know he's okay on double 5. Not this time.
16. Scott, you require 20.
Well, this isn't a game between 2 players you'd resemble for hatfuls of opportunities being presented to one another, but this has been a leg where it's been the case.
Much more aggressive that time at double
Gauge
10.
on the third leg.
Finds
Scott
double
Taylor.
5 high. 3-0.
He almost waved that
Gets
leg
Scott
away.
to throw first. Game on.
You just get the look that he wants to get out of here as soon as possible, pick his points up, picks his wins up, and then just goes back to the drawing board, goes again for tomorrow.
95.
But even though he's
55.
gone through the mill today, it still looks like he is the man to beat. And that says a lot about the quality, the gears, and the levels that Scott Taylor has.
39.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
$140. $121.
Well, this would be some way to round off the day. It began with a 105
59.
average against
Scott, you
Adam
require
Lipscomb.
146.
Is it going to end with a 4-0 win against Neil Duff?
Wow.
92.
Interesting play.
He's going to come back for a couple at tops when he returns for a 4-0 victory.
100. Scott, you require
It's been a
54.
trying day for the champ. But Scott Taylor is 4 from 5,
Scott
and the
Taylor.
defending champion kicks off his defence with a rock-solid day. He gets the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 0, doing so with a 91.09 average, 4 from 10 when it came to the doubles. That is the moniker of consistency. So Scott Taylor, the champion, rounds off his day with a 4-0 victory against Neil Duff. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have just seen the defending champion, Scott Taylor, get the better of Neil Duff by 4-0. 91.09 average to round off the day, and 4 victories from 5 for the man from Bolton to kickstart the defence of his title. So we round off the day with Nigel Lloyd and Anthony Allen. And for Allen, it's been a superb debut here at the Super Series. He's ground out results, he's got the wins, and he's very much put himself in play when it comes to the equation at the top of Group A on day one.
Yeah, the table as it stands now, Scott Taylor on 8 points plus 6. Anthony Allen on 6 points and also plus 6. So any win for Anthony Allen, and he will be topping the table overnight. And a win for Nigel Lloyd, and he could take himself from bottom to joint third.
140.
Which is also joint bottom, but we will not let the facts get in the way of it.
Well, we'd have a win for Nigel Lloyd, and we'd have 4 players all on 4 points. Anthony Allen on 6 and Taylor on 8.
The issue would be the player who's got a small cushion at the top.
58.
Interesting, having a look at the way the fixtures will pan out tomorrow. It's going to be Taylor against Duff in the second match of the session. There's a possibility that there could well be a 6-point gap between the 2 premier players, shall we say, the 2 big names of the group going into the middle portion of tomorrow's session.
140.
Well, that's left Allen on a bogey. 303 should head down for the 19s first.
Loves a max, doesn't he?
Maxi Lloydie.
$97. Nigel, you require 82.
Left 82 after 9. He's had spells like this today, Nigel Lloyd.
Tops.
Game
Breaks through in leg 1 with a 12 darter. Really has grown into the task today as Nigel Lloyd.
Second leg is Nigel to throw first. Game on.
Just noticed Anthony Allen wearing a SDG custom dart shirt. There's a company that make my
55.
dart shirts when I blow the dust off them.
For your biannual appearances.
42.
Come on, then when are we going to see you here next? In a playing capacity.
2025 maybe. I don't know. I certainly wouldn't play and come in cold. I've got too much respect for the product to do that. Just play for the sake of playing. If I'm going to play in it, I'm going to come with ambition.
Where is your headspace at with playing? Because I'd imagine playing a little bit this season. Has it scratched a little bit of an itch, or do you just know where you are?
I did have big plans for the year to really have a big push, and obviously the
83.
the pub opportunity and the chance to buy that came along a little bit quicker, and then my workload seems to have increased with doing a lot of stuff for the PDC now as well. So yeah, it's just trying to find time, but my plan for next year is to have a bit more of a comfortable work-life balance, and then I can commit. I'm actually playing league darts now in the pub because that started, so that's sort of getting me throwing a little bit more, and yeah, I'm enjoying it.
The comeback trail for Chris Mason.
Oh no, don't call it a comeback. But I'm definitely
60.
I've definitely got my mindset on
75.
really giving myself an opportunity to try and win one of the seniors events. I think there's enough ability left in there somewhere.
55. Anthony requires
Opportunity
76.
for 2-0 has passed him by. Oh dear. Well, the actual treble 8 would have been all right.
44. Nigel,
So 2 10s for 2-0 to Nigel Lloyd. It's been the peskiest
Game
of
shot
doubles
the
today,
second
but it
leg.
is found by
Nigel
Nige to lead 2-0.
Fuller gets Anthony to throw first. Game on. 134.
I feel like it's going to be one of those interesting groups where the player at the top won't be happy with the way he's played, but some of the players down the bottom end of the player will be happy with the where they played.
Well, I think we're both surprised that
26.
well, right on cue, commentator's curse, it's a 26, but I think I'm pleasantly surprised by both. I wasn't quite sure what we were going to get from either.
56. 59. 98.
Reminder to subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel for plenty of added bonus
100.
content, which you record in the week here at the Super Series. Bullseye challenges, round the world challenges.
Yeah, if you are watching on our YouTube channel, please subscribe. It takes literally 1 second. Just press that button
134.
for us. We'd appreciate it. Give us a thumbs up. Helps with all the analytics. And don't forget to hit that notification bell. I know many thousands of you watch via your chosen bookmaker on their
22.
apps.
Nigel, you require 73.
It's a 3-0 and the double break. Oh, and again, it's another
Oh,
misnumber.
Dear. It's catching.
It's infectious. It's epidemic.
49.
Get them tested.
160.
So Nigel Lloyd
140.
under big pressure now. Alan
Nigel
piles in a
requires
140. This 2 trolls for the double break and a 3-0 lead.
Game
In
shot
it goes.
third
Lloyd
leg.
gets the double break.
Nigel
He's
Lloyd.
3-0 to the good in our final game of the day. Is it going to be a 4-0 whitewash to end our
Well, then
day?
It's Nigel to throw first. Game on.
Or are we going all the way, Mace?
Well, this would be some comeback. Anthony Allen
60.
did produce one at the start of the day when he was 2-0 down against Neil Duff.
But he won that game 4-2, but he could have actually won it
41.
6-0.
Correct.
$60. 43. 140.
2 trouble visit there for Nigel. Puts him in command of the 4th.
Yeah, he's playing like a player that just won't be denied in this one.
60.
And this would be a big game. It would be our opening game of the session tomorrow. And that could see a real shift in table position, especially for this man, Nigel Lloyd.
This is where the
55.
joscillation comes into play. And he's 186 points away here, Lloyd, from a 4-0 win. Alan perhaps just running out of
100.
steam on his first day here. Six here for the match.
60.
Just left himself a little vulnerable with a 60.
58. Nigel, you require 126.
Well, it doesn't need to chase the 19s here and overcomplicate things. That's the risk.
82.
At least recovered to leave himself on a single to double combination. Hasn't been a vintage last game, but it'll be a win
59.
nonetheless. And importantly,
Nigel
a
with a
margin
point
of
of
victory as
44.
well. The biggest margin of victory we've got here. Double 16 for the match. And what would be a routine 4-0 win.
28.
Well,
Anthony
we've seen one
Maguire,
today from
140.
Lipscomb. Can Allen replicate that feat?
No is the answer.
33.
3 now for Lloyd at double 8 to wrap it up full
Nigel,
zip.
you
Won't
require
do his leg
16.
difference any harm, Henry.
Not at all. There's been a lot to be impressive from both players today on their debut at the Super Series. But it is Nigel Lloyd who wins the last game of the session.
Lloyd.
He beats Anthony Allen by 4 legs to 0. Allen, who kick-started the day with victory over Neil Dove, it ends a defeat to Nigel Lloyd. And so the pair share an embrace at the end of that battle. Nigel Lloyd winning by 4 legs to 0 at the end of the first day's play here in Group A in week 4. Myself and Mate are going to make the trip next door to the studio to assess all of the action on the other side of this short break.
Well, he picked up the trophy, didn't he, a few weeks ago, and he's kick-started his defence with 4 victories. Scott Taylor getting his campaign to retain the title up and running. Myself and Chris Mace have been watching all of the action today. And these are the 15 games that we have watched for you. It kicked off with a win for Anthony Allen. It ends with a win for Nigel Lloyd, but it wasn't quite as academic as that at times, was it?
No, the one result that stands out there, Anthony Allen beating Scott Taylor 4-0, which is a puzzling performance from Scott Taylor. Averaged sort of mid-70s, something that we don't see very often from him, but he showed bounce back ability, 4 real solid averages, all in excess of 90, and of course that wonderful opening game where he averaged over 105.
Yeah, 105 against Adam Blitzer, who himself averaged in the mid-90s. It was an incredible battle between the pair. I mean, you just felt kicking off with an average like that, we expected him to kick on. Yes, he had that little bit of a struggle in game 2, but actually towards the end of the day, he got back to the levels that saw him win that Champions Week.
Yeah, I think when you have a performance like that, you try to better it, and you can sometimes fall into the trap. And ironically, that mid-70s average came on the back of the 105, and had he hit the double earlier on in this particular match, he would have had an average in excess of 110 and beaten his personal best. So his game looks in good nick. He handled the day very well despite the disappointment of losing that game 4-0. And he's where I expected him to be in the table, on top.
He got the better of Neil Duff in the last game of the session. Do you think that could be a pivotal win, because we expect Neil to make some moves tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's a tough ask. It's a horrible game to start your day off against Scott Taylor, but he'll be ready. And as we've seen before with Neil Duff, he knows how to play himself into form. Not sure how much practice he'd have had coming into this week. We know he was in action in the Isle of Man the weekend before, so yeah, it's pretty much what we expect with Neil Duff. he just finds small increments of improvements, and he's like an old steam train. He's got to get ahead of speed up, and then he tends to improve and puts himself in the mix.
And we saw it when he won the double start week a couple of weeks ago, in the respect that the Group A didn't quite go to plan. He dropped into Group C, and even the first day of that didn't go to plan. But as it got to the crunch of the week, he played his best darts.
Yeah, I think he just finds a way. This format allows you to play without pressure, because you know, oh, well, I lose this game, I'll just win the next one. And I think for Neil, there needs to be some kind of jeopardy. There needs to be something on it to get the best out of him, and that probably makes him focus a lot more when, you know, he's used to playing knockout darts. Some people thrive on that pressure of it. Listen, I'm either in or I'm out. This format can sometimes be tricky for players that need that bit of adrenaline.
What would be your overall assessment of Anthony Allen's first day here at the Super Series?
Yeah, impressed me. I wasn't quite sure what to expect. I've had a good look over his previous numbers and his sort of average, and I have to be honest, I thought he'd find it a struggle, but him and Nigel have played very, very well, to be honest. I'm impressed with them both.
And as far as Adam Lipscomb's concerned, we said it in commentary, this is probably the best that we've ever seen him play over a 5-game haul here at the Super Series, and boy did he run into the performances all the way.
Yeah, he walked into a few today, didn't he, unfortunately, and that's the way it can go sometimes, and you sort of feel, why me? I had it plenty of times in my career where I'd walk into a player that was struggling for performance, never mind results, and then out of the blue they average 100, and you think, well, why me? You know, and then not replicate that in the next game, and that had been how he'd been feeling when he was watching Scott Taylor today, who, on the back of the big average, was absolutely ordering the next game. But he's got a good mind for the game. He doesn't get too bogged down with disappointment. He doesn't get emotionally invested. He just goes through the process and stick to the task at hand.
Let's have a look at the table, and to a certain extent, are we none the wiser after day one?
Yeah, no, really. We sort of day one can be anything. You know, you can't win it on day one, but you can certainly put yourself out of the mix. I expected Scott Taylor to if not win 5 out of 5 today, win 4 out of 5. I think the surprise there is Anthony and Nigel, who we all sort of thought would struggle, but when you look at that table, there's still plenty to play for. I think Scott Taylor wins the group. He's favourite, 6-5 favourite for a reason. He's the current champion and looks in good form. I think what we expected would be Neil Duff and probably Jimi Hendrix down to experience to make up positions 2 and 3. But the players, all the players involved there will fancy a tilt at getting in Group B.
And when you consider Scott Taylor at times today got very frustrated, you kind of sense he's going to come with a bee in his bonnet tomorrow.
Yeah, but when he's frustrated, it doesn't necessarily affect his game play. He's a character that lets you know what he's thinking, but it doesn't impact on his level of play. And we've seen that today, although not at his best after that big average, can average 90 in Gear 3.
Well, day one done and dusted. We do it all again tomorrow?
We do.
Right, I shall see you tomorrow. We shall see you tomorrow as well. 9:30 a.m. the coverage gets underway on the Super Series YouTube channel for day 2. Well, old habits resume as far as the champion is concerned. Scott Taylor, 4 wins from 5. He's got his campaign underway and off to a good start. Bye from us.